service provider o re shaeditse ka jeko ka re mokopilo re thuse ka ditafola e be lo re o itlala lata akere that is why le re bona le re re senyehelletse nako so re batlo apologize on that front mare re batlo re le tlhaloanyo re a re le fa menyetla ya kgwebo a re rore le lona o kre le tla le totoba e lo re ditshebeletso tse le di fang gore tse le fanang ka tsone a dina gore di fitla ka nako because di tshwenyana le mananeo a tshwanang le again. And then secondly, we must also apologize, and I know or it became a bit of a concern or why meeting o lo tshwaretse ka mara civic center why meeting o le sa o tshwarela go khutso again go na ba ile gore they might have that preference mare nnete fela go gore a re etsa lo tse di bitsang re ke di external hearings re lebella bodulo pharaphare a re lebelle fela location le nosi ra re lebella khutso again because a re sheba le di petition di tswa ka mara western as a whole we then decide okay let's get a central place again mare khutso lona ke engwe le ne re shebile re motlho mongwe meeting wa rona re ka o tshwarela go mara re sheba ra kopana le mathata holo e leng teng e na le mathata a metsi go na le di leakages tse di affectleng ke dilo tsa di singolo mara le di toilet a di setse e be re because meeting o lo reng o tsa sebakanyana it would be practically impossible gore re tla re meeting o tsene go lo reng ga ona di toilet again because ona le bo mme ona le bo nkgono ona le bo ntate mogolo ba ile reng mo tsamaisong ya meeting wa rona o tlo kry le gore ba tshwareile a ke re la utlwisisa so e be re ka nako nyane re go na le re postpone meeting e le gore dikgwetlho tse le gore batho ba khutso batho ba Merafong pharaphare a ke re ba intshitse would rather opt for an alternative venue a ke re la utlwisisa so ke ka mo letsatsing la ka jeko re berekisa holo e di holo tsa ka re so rra di patela tse a re tlile mo le ra kopa gore tswetswe re tlo kopana le setšhaba a ke la utlwisisa ke batlo etsa so because na le matona a lona e seng a rona fela a lona because setšhaba ke sona se le gore se re bya mo maikarabelong a re le reng re mona akere so re batlo re mo nakong e sa fedise pelo re bitse baetapele ba ile gore le itlhophetse bona mo di-elections tse di fetileng gore le bona ba tlo nna karola ya meeting wa rona akere ma ke rata gore nka le itsise gore meeting wa rona o tlo governor ke melao melao e re tlo e buisa gore ke melao e mefeng akere gore ka fela go no tlhalwana ntshwa ile re batlo gore le utlwisise le setšhaba jaaka ke ne ke bontshitsa ke simolola go rona a re tsoka mora di-department tsa golomente tswa re le go legislature so meeting wa rona a se imbizo or a se lekgotla akere ke petitions external hearings and what are we hearing? We're hearing petitions that were submitted by the residents of Westland as a whole. Again, not only residents of Carltonville, not only residents of Merafong, there may be one or two petitions that it's one elsewhere. Again, so we're going to manage our meeting like that. And then more lenano la rona. Ire re bontsha gore re tlo tšhakela lefelo la lona. Mo premier wa rona wa Gauteng province and ke mo premier wa rona kaofela. Ba re ke ntate Banyaza Lesofi. A ba ikeletsa boikopelo gore although ne re tlile mo malobeng ka di 7 tsa March re kopa gore ha Petitions Committee e ya ko Merafong re nne le rona re dlale karolo nne le karolo le reng ra tshameka akere gore batho ba mo Merafong ba nne le kitso ya gore tse ding dintlha tse le reng di a le tshwenya ka mo lefelong le kholomente e shebana le tsona yang akere to ke ka mo le bona ba tlo re tsena mo moso wa ka sheko ya le kana la phapata matso it's okay yeah and then hona le akere la bona go mora ona lo tse ba bitsang di booth le bitsang di booth ka tsona di booth di phabusinyana tse nyane tsele phabusinyana tsele akere la di bona hona le bo mme le bo rre mola akere la bona di translator akere ke bona ba ile re ba tlo thusa ba ile reng motlhomo motho a ka re nna ke kgone ho utlwa ka English akere ke ne ke kopela gore nka ba ka translate la ka Setswana o mongwe ba re no o ka re ba ka translate la ka Xhosa or ka Sesotho or ka Tshivenda akere or ka Setsonga so ba le re ba ba tlo utlwa ka English hona le diporwana mo di kae di mic akere la di bona emisa mic o moane ba bona mo nkemisa mic o moane ba tla ba bona nkemisitse mic o moane ba bona alala mo premier alala mo premier wa rona alala dumela mo premier wa rona dumela ra rata mo premier ra rata thank you very much so diporwana tse la ke le di bone le bon diporwana tse la ke ba bontsha tsona my brother emis so dilo tse ke tsona tsa o translate akere ba ile re ba tlo utlwa ka Sekgowa le tlo tsena mo channel 1 ba ile re ba tla translation ka Sesotho or Setswana ba ile re ba tlo utlwa ka Sesotho kapa Setswana le tlo tsena mo channel 5 akere ba ile re ba tlo utlwa motlhomo ka Zulu or Xhosa le tlo tsena mo channel 3 ba ile re motlhomo ba tlo utlwa ka Afrikaans mara ke bone ba bangata ba Afrikaans akere although are discriminate akere it will be on channel 2 Baba ba tlo utlwisisa ka Tshivenda or Tsonga it will be on channel 4 and then renale our sign language interpreter uko kae yeah emel la ba bone my brother la ba bona kere yeah so re ba tlo check-a re ba teng ba ile re ba tlo nna le tlhoko ya ditshebeletso tsa borre bale a le teng re kopa ra emelise letso or le re bontsheng yena ka re ba tlo re kre ba interpreta mare lo ra ona motho a gono nna le tlhaloganyo gore ba interpreta eng again okay thank you very much re ba tlo ikeletsa boikopelo go bofellong gore diporwana tse re le bontshitseng tsona tse a o tswa motlhomongwe ya toilet o re tswela ko ntle o e tloela ona ka maragolo akere ke property ya legislature akere ke property ya provincial parliament di na le di-tracker akere lengkutlwa so ha o ka re o tswa ka yona motlhomongwe a re o e tsenya ko koloing o tla e kry-a le gore o mo mathateng a seng kana ka selo akere you can imagine o setse o batliwa ke parliament ba re utswitse microphone akere so ke ra gore re shebisisaneng gore o le gore motlhomo a ka itebala re mo hopotsa gore mmerre e tloele ona mo setulong seo a ke la utlwisisa so ra simolla yano ka molao wa rona wa legislature which is section 56 subsection 2 e re mo ditsamaisong tsa dikopano tsa rona ha re tswile ka mara bofelo ba legislature re tshwantse re declare gore tsamaiso ya mananeo ao re tsamaiso ya dikopano tseo e tsamaisane le ka mokgwa o le gore dikopano tsa rona ka mara legislature di tsamaisiwa ka teng a ke re la utlwisisa so meaning that ha re kopane ka mara civic center ho tla tshwana o ka re kopanetse kwa hara bofelo bo lo reng ke bona the Gauteng provincial legislature buildings again what does that mean it means tshwantse ho nne le tsamaiso tolameng ho nne le maitseo mo dipuisanong again meaning ho nne le respect re tlhompane re fane monyetla rulwaneng again so that is what we are expecting. So, mo tsamaisong ya meeting wa rona, a re batlo utlwa batho ba ba haolang because ha o haola ra o ntsha akere. Ha o thoma o ka re o tswa o fora ra o ntsha. Ha o thoma ka re o tswa mo tseleng ra o ntsha. Akere. You only speak through me. Akere la utlwa ba holo. O lo re o na le ntlha le ngo batlo e bontsha o emisa letsoho and then a o kgona la re mo fa monyetla. Akere. Gore a address and then be re mo respondela so re bereka ka tlhompo akere re bereka ka tlhompo mo dikopanong tsa rona otherwise ro e senya akere he re ka ba tloetsa ka mokgomo so ke yona the cardinal rule e tlo governing our meeting this morning so e re ke itse hape for ba ile reng ke ona ba fetso tsena nna ka lebitso ke Ezra Letsoalo modula stulo wa komite shabane le ditletlebo dikgwetlo petitions ke fule mandate ke melaotheo e leng teng ka mara setheo sa rona se re reng ke Gauteng provincial legislature mara ke tsamaya ke le monosi mo letsatsing la kajeko ke tsamaya le banka nna ba ile le bona ke maloko so committee ya rona is a multi-party committee ena le maloko a di-political organization tse di farologaneng akere re na le ba ile ba tswa ka mara ANC re na le ba tswang ka mara EFF re na le ba tswang ka mara the Democratic Alliance akere la utlwisisa ba tla ikitsise mo nakong e sa feleng pelo mara le bona a ba fella re na le makhansela rona re na le chief pa rona ke re na le chief pa rona o tla ikitsise mo nakong e sa feleng pelo re na le our speaker from Merafong so we've got various leaders from the different structures again so mo nakong e sa feleng pelo re tlo ikitsise and then go bofello but with the same degree of significance re na le our premier re panyaza lesufi rona re mila ka mogomo mara nga se le botsa akere because le tsa tshego ka ena akere re na le mo premier wa rona e lena tlhogo ya setheo se re se bitsang kgolomente ka mara province ya rona ya Gauteng akere and le ena ha tsamaya le one ho na le ba tsamang le bona ba tswa mo mafapheng a farologaneng akere the head of departments di tlhogo tsa mafapha ho na le ba ile reng ba tswa ka mara di department tse ding le ba ile reng ba tswa ka mara office ya akere mo nakong e sa feleng pelo re tle be ra ba itsese a re halala premier halala premier halala okay so re tlo simolla ka dikitsiso akere.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wilry Peach, and I'm a member of the Petitions Committee.
Dumelang badudi Alibitso ke na Moleboheng Masoleng. I'm the honorable member ya Gauteng provincially and I represent leloko la EFF. Thank you.
Thank you. And now my name is Fighter Pumlam Dlankomo. Kidulamo Committee A Petitions. Kitwa from Gauteng Legislature, Kilukula EFF. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Khomoso Tong, a member of this committee. Thank you.
Dumelang badudi ba Merafong o buang ke Isaac Kharipe, Honourable Ward Councillor for CBD.
Okay. No, it's fine. Thank you. Dumelang Merafong. Ay, Merafong dumelang. Ke nna Matshidiso Mfikwe, Honourable Member Legislature ke serve mo Petitions Committee. Ke a leboga.
Sanibonani, igama member Ndlovu, member ye Petitions Committee. Asibonga. Raleboga. And then Ranale Valore Mara support the support team. Agere. Marba Patlets Batla Kizimo Narungesa Felimpe. Arbone di councillor tsa rona tse ding tse di leng teng. Okay, Ari Kizisinga speed. Is there another mic? Rabata councillor tsa rona di Kizisinga speed again. Is there another mic? If we can just quickly pass it on. Arne Majad again.
Enkosi ndiyabulela igama nguThulane Elvis Mphitikezi nguSpeaker walapha eMerafong. Enkosi.
Chief Whip, where are you, the speaker? Yeah, you must come at the front.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair and the Petitions Committee. No, if there is space at the front, I don't have a problem, I can come. This is Councillor Mukuke, Chief Whip, Merafong City Local Municipality. Thank you. Are you assisting?
Okay. So thank you very much.
Chair, we've got other councillors this side.
Oh yes. Please, let's quickly introduce ourselves.
Morning colleagues, Councillor Lovom Kano, MMC responsible for water and electricity. Thank you.
Morning leadership. I'm Councillor Ntomokolo Sifako, MMC responsible for human settlement.
Sanibonani, Kamala Movo Skwanyana, MMC for Sports, Arts and Culture.
Molweni bahlali, molweni Petitions Committee. Ngonasi Wemgajwa, MMC responsible for public safety, security and transport in Merafong. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. My name is Fanyana Mutlu, Councillor Fort 4.
Reveal it. Okay.
Dumela Merafong, nna ka lebitso ke nna Ngaka Pitlele, Ward Councillor ya Ward 9.
Dumelang Merafong, ke nna Councillor Keke. I'm a PR councillor from Merafong Agents of Change. Thank you.
Dumela batho beso, ke nna Councillor Ntabeni representing Merafong Agents of Change.
Okay. Re feleletsa akere. Me, okay. Ona le me.
Morning Bahlali. It's one thing I've been there. What 8 what council? Thanks.
Dumela Merafong, ke di sabatabane MMC mo Merafong. Thanks.
Dumelang bagolo and leadership ke Nozo Sekgakweng, Councillor for Ward 7 and MMC for Integrated Environmental Management.
There's another member from the legislature, member Inesel, yeah. Just stand up quickly so that you can also be introduced. Okay. So thank you very much. Rasimon like one thing about your petitions committee. Petitions committee rethalusitse. Badudi ba borona mo mafelo a farologaneng ha le na ditletlebo go na le a platform e re bitsa re ke petitions committee. This committee is centered on addressing and responding to whatever challenges that you may have, so long as they fall within the executive authority as well as the legislative authority. And the reason why we've got this committee is really to try to give a voice of voices to the residents of our province. So that ordinarily the first point of call would be that you go to your local ward councillor to register what your issues are. And that is why we're introducing all of these councillors. If the councillor may not be able to respond adequately to those specific challenges, again, the councillor can direct you, or this matter should be escalated. At the level of our municipalities, Section 79 committees. Again, we're reviving quite a number of them, including in Merafong. And one of the committees that you have is also the Petitions Committee at the level of your own municipalities. But because there's been a number of changes, you will find that they may not be as optimally functional. And that is why even when that is the case, anybody can still be empowered to write a petition. And you can write it in any language. Cause for its escalation to us. Again, I will submit it Rona will strive. If it falls within the two areas, take it area on. Say the services, or the legislature will take up that petition. Again, the petition is our standing in the province. They may speak about departments that we do not have in the province. Again, so maybe just to start an example, somebody might say, in science, in innovation. Again, and there are opportunities when they reside with a national department, such as science and technology. It doesn't mean when, as a resident, you want to raise that issue. And Rona, in our executive authority or legislative authority, we may not have those specific programs. We can then elevate your petition to the National Council of Provinces. And the reason why we do that, you must be as actively involved in the process of governance in your own province. Because it is through you that we get to enjoy or be in the seats that we occupy. We are not occupying these seats for leisure. Again, we are not occupying these seats for status. We are occupying these seats so that we can be of service to all of you indiscriminate. Again, so are khetulli, are no karwena, auna qualification or onali therefore petition our handle in this way or that way. We don't do that. Again, then what you have across the different constituencies aligned to the different political parties, parliamentary constituency offices. Again, you can quickly run to any of the parliamentary constituency offices to enroll any of your issues. Again, mare honali the issues tailoring are which are largely private in nature. Mona kong e fitile mo premier ke kry gore ke kwalla ke batho makwalo ba re modula stulo ile monna re mosadi ke ka mo ntlong o ntse letse a ba le gae ona le mogolo ngwe tsa dilo ka teng tseo a re gone tsena mo tsona ke re bagolo tseo a re gone tsena mo tsona. Those are private affairs. A ile gore monna le mosadi ba lwanne ka mo ntlong or baratana ka mogomo re ga se gone tsena yao again tseo di batla bo Dr. Lavo a ke re la ba itse ba go bo bona magazine and so on. Again, rona re shebaneng le tsona ke tse le gore di amanagana le lenaneo la golomente a ke re la utlwa ba hore so ne re rata gore gare re ka e tlhalosa fela yao. Having said that, re batla gore re seriously mo ka jeko, it's a number of petitions le di kwetseng. But primary among those petitions ke issue ya di sinkhole. Again, ona le bothata ba di sinkhole, which constitutes the primary catalog of the petitions that we are receiving this morning. But then there are a number of other petitions which relates to service delivery provisioning or challenges. Tse le gore le tsona re batlo di shebisisa. Agere or mafapha le nteng agere le utlwile na le di MMC ba re tlhalosetse gore dikgwetlo tse nang le tsona tse di petitions le di tsentshitseng tse di shebaneng le service delivery di resolve ya. Again, so we are going to manage our process in that fashion. Re go simolla ka petitions sa rona ra e buisa ra e summarize re kra motho a kwetseng ra e confirm re kra the relevant department to speak to their report on how they are going to cause for interventions there. But before we fitla mo jaaka ne ke bontshitse moprimiri wa rona e rile a utlwa pitso ore petitions committee e le yona e ya ko Merafong a ba re no e rile nna ke ikamanye mare mo malobe mo moprimiri wa rona na le teng ona mo bofelo ba lona kere a kopane le setšhaba pharaphara a bua ka yona kgang ya disinkholo mare re ithare mohlomong o na le ba ile gore ba palletse gore ka ba ka fihla ka marao na kopano eo so monyetla o a o ntshiwe gape gore le tlo ikutlwelang ka ditsebe tsa lona akere gore maikemisetso a golomente ke eng mo go lokiseng bothata bo, which is in essence a natural disaster. So it's a natural disaster. So it will require much more to be done again with your cooperation. Mare ereke ska isenya ka tsenela ka moyo agere ke invite mo premier wa rona gore a tse platform a buisane le ntlha e le reng e le tshwenya mo letsatsing le mo matsatsing agere re leboile so re tlo kopa ra bua re ska kra le gore hona le movement ra tshwara di meeting re mutlwelle agere gore le ka osana le ba ile gore ga ba yo ka je mo kopanong re kgone o share le bona gore lenaneo la government la go thusana le setšhaba go rarabolola bothata bo kgwetlho e ke akere so mopremiriri wa rona ne re ka kopa ka re le ka emela halala mopremiriri halala a lena maatla halala mopremiriri halala dumela mopremiriri dumela. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me appreciate the chairperson of the Petitions Committee, Advocate Ezra Letsoalo, and also appreciate the presence of members of the committee, as well as the ward councillor. Ward councillor, I thought you would welcome us, but I can see chairperson preferred that I welcome you in your own area, councillor. Let me also appreciate the presence of the speaker, the chief whip, MMCs, and other councillors that are here. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome the heads of departments that are representing various government departments who are also here. And Glidumedise Kaufela Lona, Lilinting Kopanongina. Kahese Bathalusise, Kadi 19 February, Kibide Kopano, agent, the executive mayor, the members of the mayoral committee, the ward councillor Kaufela Zonatsa Khutsong. We even went to Khutsong, reason to rebitsang inspection. Ona le skolo se sengwe mo la Soweto, ona le ntlo tse dingwe di wetse, ona le tsela tse di weleng, ra re fihla ko teng ka nnete ka bona gore ntwe ke bothata bo boholo bo bo nyakang gore re responde ka pelanyana re le mmuso. So it's a re fihla ko Khutsong, we were quite shocked that the situation is beyond what we thought it is. It's a situation that needs our urgent and immediate intervention, and it's a situation that needs our help. So, Kadi 20 February, when I was tabling the State of the Province address, as the Gauteng government, we took a decision that we will request the national government to declare the entire Khutsong and surrounding areas as a national disaster. MEC warona wa Kokta Ntate Mzikhumalo le mokopele ntshwarelo ha teng ka tjeko a phela hantle mmeleng. Anka dipampiri kaofela tse batlahalang afa national government ya raraba or dipampiri tse re ba fileng tsona re ba kopa gore ba declare a state of national disaster ko Khutsong ba di fumane, and they are happy that the Gauteng government has prepared right documents. So we are now waiting for them to declare it, Ntate Cyril Ramaphosa, and when it's declared, we will move with speed. But really, we also took a decision that we can't wait for them because the situation is dire there. We need to find a way of dealing with all these issues. So what we have done thus far, we established a disaster committee that is led by the Department of Kokta on the basis that the way it's no longer issue of sinkhole fela. It's all the issues that affect our communities. So we brought all government departments so that we intervene, all of us at the same time. Uskatla department day one, department. We come together as all government departments. And we've assembled all government departments. Department of Human Settlement, Department of Kokta, Department of Education, Department of Economic Development, and Department of Health, as well
as the departments that are responsible for sports, arts, culture, and recreation. So we've established those particular departments, and this committee is chaired by the Department of COCTA, and the HOD of COCTA, Dr. Barkley, is here, who's chairing that committee. Doctor, if you can stand so that the community can see. This is the committee that we have established at provincial government. What is it that we want to do as government? We went to a community meeting on the 7th of March to present our plan to the community. And fortunately, the community on the 7th of March unanimously adopted our intervention. They agreed with us. Ore nako ya o bolela e fedile, a o be nako ya o wetsa. Kgale re bolela ka di sinkhole, it's enough. We want to see intervention. And this is the intervention that we are going to do. By the 20th of March, we will establish what we call a permanent disaster site ko Khutsong. A permanent disaster site means when community sees or witnesses a sinkhole, they don't have to call Johannesburg or call offices Maspala, Grorfo, there will be a permanent site ko Khutsong with search and rescue team permanent there, doctors, nurses, so that we can respond immediately when a sinkhole happens in that community. That's what we are establishing in 2020. We are establishing that in 2020 in March. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Just a quick one. Baba Tokandi, Lotsetsa translate. And then Batla Fatwa. Baba Tokandi gadgets is translate.
Chairperson, I'm trying to mix all languages so that I can be relevant. So my apologies if you feel otherwise. So, Kadi 20 March, you will have a permanent disaster site that has a search and rescue team, that has doctors, that has nurses, that has Department of Social Development, because any form of support, we are bringing that support immediately at 20 March, and the team is setting up that unit. We really believe it's a very important intervention, so that our or stratas or because we've seen many people instead of assisting people, banka the video camera bathu. So now we are putting a full-time team that will be in a position to assist us. The second thing, Maspala wa Merafong indicated that bana le bothata ba bana ntho tse di bitsang hore ke di geologist. But ba lebellang hore sinkhole kanang kanang e tlo ba teng hore ha e be teng na. Really muso now. From the 20th, we are going to appoint on behalf of the Merafong municipality all experts that will assist us to know whether utlo sinkhole or eteng re kwala jwang re bone before etsala sinkhole, and all those people will be appointed by the provincial government to assist at the disaster site as well, so that we know where the problem is. The third one, which is and I want to spend my time on it. The only way to defeat the sinkhole is to relocate our people to a safe land. But our people are very clear. Ekase originally ntlo ya 6 room unrelocate ko ntlo ya RDP. That relocate me, even though you can't relocate me to a 6 room, but something that is reasonable. So that hakitwela mo ki dulang teng, ki ya mo nkisang teng, at least tlhompho le dignity yaka e remain intact. We've now agreed as government that to relocate people babanaling infrastructure to a small infrastructure is not helping us. So we are going back to national government to say that instead of giving us one site, those that have bigger houses, let's give them double sites so that they can migrate to a bigger place. That's the first option. The second option, Muso already offer Batwaneli Masolo, Amkonto, Sizwe, Abla, and all other military veterans. It's giving them a 90 square room, 90-meter square room. Yeah, and RDP 35. So we are saying that Khutsong, let it be declared as a special area. Instead of giving them 35 square meters, let's give them a 90 square meters like military veterans. So we've made that proposal because if it's approved, it will allow us to migrate people quickly. But where we are migrating people, unali batho wana the business sabo na gere. Unali ba own the business, unali ba nali the sponsor shop unali bank. Will also take audit on how best can we assist them from government point of view. But the most important one is that the relocation must move with speed, because if we delay, this place can be a disaster area of Fita. So the housing relocation is our priority. The second priority are relocation. It's schools and clinics. So that where there are schools that have problems, there's already a high school where there is a problem. HOD education, the plan. We'll finalize the relocation plan as well. We'll just make that announcement. We'll then relocate people to that area and then relocate our learners there so that they can be safe. So the relocation process must be moved with speed. But we said, let there be also what we call public education about sinkholes. No. Naja ikutla momadi, sinkhole ka singetse next. Ya ikutla fela momadi. Na sinkhole etla monna, itlo re boso monna. We really believe there is a need of public education. And our communication team has been dispersed to ensure that they conduct public education on those matters. So the housing part, the Department of Human Settlement is assisting us, and also the policy part, the National Department is assisting us so that we can deal with these matters. The next one is the rehabilitation of the roads. There are other roads, you find that Kamo site in Mara, if you rehabilitate it, it can still be a main road and also function. So the Department of Roads and Infrastructure has been assigned a budget to assist us to deal with that aspect. The other issues, as the provincial government, we are of the view that the issue of sinkhole ya Khutsong, it gives us an opportunity to restart Khutsong afresh. And to restart Khutsong afresh, it means that we must bring all other services that were not available ko Khutsong. For example, batho ba bangata ba Khutsong ha ba sebetse. So we have to create new job opportunities in this particular area. So what we are doing now, and I think to next year, immediately, we are building an 800 megawatt solar farm in Khutsong and surrounding area. It will replace Mutata ba Eskom Balanko for electricity. That solar farm will power the entire Khutsong and Gauteng kaofela, but it will be built here in Merafong, and it will use local business people, and it must hire local people as part of re-engineering. As part of re-engineering the economy of the West End. That is a major farm, Banabesh. It's a big one. Which simply means we want to train young people who are unemployed on how to install solars. We want to recruit local businesses to work in that solar farm. We want thousands and thousands of young people that are unemployed. Maybe it's are young people, because Matsatse what one ones are when up young. It's if Tlala ki young. Tlala na young. Tlala ya Tswana. Aina age Tlala. So let me say that we'll get people that can work in that solar farm so that we create a new economy. Baba Tsibang Malache or Aitsang ko Mpumalanga. They are the economy of that area. This new solar farm, it will be the major economy of the West End. We are also launching, because the Dikolo Tsamanga Tsona kaofela tsona tse. Ka 2030, Europe kaofela e re file deadline ore koloi ya petrol le koloi ya diesel a e sa batlahala. So ba le ntho tse di bitsang gore ke di electric cars. Because we are putting a solar farm this side, you need to put charging stations. Charging stations di tlo tshwana le di petrol stations. Agri petrol station wa paka ba sele petrol. There must be charging stations where people can charge their new cars. We are launching that rollout of charging station to start from West End to go to the East End to create opportunities of the new economy in this particular area. So that's how we feel we need to reactivate the economy of the West End and take advantage of the problem of ESCOM, but create new opportunities in this particular area. So that's the area of intervention that you want to. But the second intervention is that the West End is a scene of uncontrollable high levels of crime, in particular by people that are called Zamazamas. So we need to have a dedicated, specialized police force permanently deployed in the Merafong area so that we can also fight crime and other things. We can't have a society where women are even scared to go to a sponsor shop. So we are bringing the level of crime fighting and the resources of crime fighting, taking advantage of the situation that you have of sinkhole. Fourthly, which is very important, bana hababapale. We need to have sporting facilities. We need to ensure that bana barona babapala bolo, maybe swallow seka gradi player. Bana babapala bolo. We are putting up what we call artificial pitches for netball, basketball, tennis, football in strategic areas in the West End, so that our children should continue to play rather than smoke dacha and nyaupe in our communities. So that's another intervention that we are coming in to place in this particular area. But we are also saying, let's improve public facilities. And improving public facilities means partnership with local government. Our clinics must have medication that is needed every day, every week, every month. Uskare utwerek with difficulty about Panado because that's the only one that is available. We want to empower our clinics, we want to empower our hospitals, we also want to ensure that our medical staff can treat our people with dignity and love when they need assistance. So we are also bringing the medical facilities, and we are also bringing all social facilities for the elderly, for people with disability, and the NGOs that wants to assist communities in the Western. So that's the full package, Chairperson, that we are bringing, even though the agency is the sinkholes, but we want to revitalize, re-energize, and restart Khutsong so that it can be a new economic hub of Gauteng. People of Khutsong or people of Merafong, they are not stepchild of Gauteng, they are part of Gauteng, and they must get all the services that we want to bring them. I want to leave it there, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Nora leboa mukuru tamaga. Agere le mutlu le mukuru tamaga. Le mutlu ilagere. O le file le nane la golomente. Ore mathata le itemogela ngona a tlo re bolua yang. Agere. But Premier, I think in our reflection as the committee, we also pondered this issue of the sinkholes. And we thought, on behalf of the residents of Merafong, to complement the interventions that government wants to employ, is that part of it must also entail engagements with the mining houses. Because the issue around the sinkholes, whilst it's natural, the other contributing feature to it is that government ya lukisa ditsela, ilukisa ma bridge, but there's mining activity that continues, and it destabilizes the underlying bedrock. So at some point, there must be a meeting of the minds between the provincial government, but also the mining houses here, so that they too can form part of the solutions. Otherwise, you will find it a bit difficult. It might even undermine whatever attempts by government. So we think, as part of our reflections as a committee, that is what we'll have sponsored. Mara most of us can say, kare re se re utlwile mokhudu thamaga wa rona. Re batlo no polla fela matsohonyana a le malo akere. Mo primiri a tlo nna le rona the whole day. Akere rona le manane wa mang a le re ntshwantsa mathele kona. So re batlo checka hore hona le ba ile re motlhomo ba ka ba tlo bua to the presentation e mo primiri a feeling. Akere are boneng, we only want to take few hands. Bombe le bontate akere re batlo empower le bomme akere, including young people. Regio mo o tla nna number 1. Re batlo re le gopole di number tsene. Re tlo le fa di number. Re o tlo nna number 1. Papa mo le tlo nna number 2. Papa wa ibona akere number 2. You are going to be number 3, mama. And then number 4, re mo le ka di brele. Number 5, Abuti Mole, and then number 6, Khaitse di Mole ka skipa se sweu, re wantseng ka mo pela or no emisa Khaitse. O tlo nna number 7, and then re number 8, tla ke boneng ka. Number 9, Malume mo ka skipa se yellow, Papa Mole number 10. Number 11, my brother ka sporty. Number 12, Loyana ka sporty. Isalo tsoko class. Abuti mo number 13. Number 14 ka mo morawa. Abuti wa skipa se red. Abutolo le ngo Miami ka di sunglass number mang 15 re feleletsa ka Khaitse di mole akere number 16 mama ko morao amara akere mama ne ke rile le mise matso wena ba tlo emisa go bofello okay o tla nna wa bofello akere are ba tlo etsa di long speech akere wa ikitse suru kwa ena mang o tswa ko kae kgang e le gore o batlo e ntsha ke efe ka bokhutswane fela akere re lefa 2 minutes akere 2 minutes. In fact, the 2 minutes is too long because 20, you can imagine if 20 times 2 is going to take too long. Again, in no more than a minute, wa ikitsisi wa khanya o ya go yona straight. Again la yutlo. Ka ra o tswa bua ka tse dintse le re ndiko khole ra khata again. So a re simolle ka number 1. O kae Mike? Okay.
Asibonge.
Yeah, use the mic so that you become audible. We're also recording. Please pass on the mic.
Ngiyabonga gcina isihlalo ngibonge kakhulu no Premier Lusofi. Ngifuna uqala ngithi ngikhulume ngendaba ngithi Khutsong Lives Matter. Iminyaka from 2017 chairperson si 2006 Mzwandile ngiphuma Khutsong old Khutsong khona manje ngise 5 Khutsong South level 14 chairperson funa nje ngo kule nkulumo yakho amaphuzu nje ngifuna wabeka kude nenye sensitive issue ngifuna iraise nawe like solanga usola funa ukukhumbuza ukuthi ezikolweni mawuzibheka akuyona irilebogile kuphela eaffected rilebogile ihlangabeza nalezi ezilebatswaneni iphororong ideclare unsafe for kids but namanje isa operator nayo ngifuna uyibheke chairperson ngakakhohlwa chairperson ngisheshe ingene entweni ethinta impilo kababu magodiyela uwele ehamba chairperson bo wasinka kuthule kuthe du ngathi akunam abaholi kwathula kwanganakeki sibonga ukuthi ungenelele chairperson khuluma ngempilo yomuntu la ewele chairperson if abantu bengekho lapha asikhulumi ngala bantu okukhuluma ngaba bathatha ama video bazamile ukuthi bamkhiphe kulo if lo muntu ebewele bese sokhuluma sithini uthula umasipala kasho lutho this issues was raised nabo kodwa bathule nabo bakhona ngibafihleli nabo enye issue chairperson zonke lezi zinto ufuna uziqondisa kungiyajabula ngoba ukhona la ukhulume ngokuthi kuzaba khona izinto ndena abantu bala eKhutsong bazoqhamula kunezinto ezenzakalayo abantu babeqashwa kukhulunywa ngeminyaka 1835 akuzuba mnandi masingathi kuwe mazokhankasa uzohlala nabo laba ba35 usiyeke thina leyo nto le i-discrimination chairperson ngiyadlula lapha.
Yeah, your 1 minute is up, my brother.
Funa ngena kule issue leyo engifuna ukukhuluma ngayo 2 minutes amekapheli. Ngena kwenye issue yokugcina chairperson.
Quickly.
Ngeshwa ke angikwazanga ngene officeini ka Premier the time bengilaphana ema officeini ngeshwa. Bangalele ukuthi ngene ama security. Kunomama lapha che no Premier abasebenza ukuthi ama community health care workers abaqoshwa ngo2019 case yabo ise labor court but le issue le ngikhuluma ngeissue ye sexual harassment la
My brother
bafonelwa ke kwathwa baze yes
let me stop you right there because your 1 minute is up but other issues remember we want to focus specifically on what the Premier presented again we don't want to venture other things which are not with us again the labor will deal with them separately or you can see us after the session we'll deal with them. Let's go to number 2. 1 minute again. And Arsa repeating, if somebody has already covered what you wanted to say, do the honorable thing. Or hey, Mudula Stulo, Kile Wile Monyeta Mare, Kanyaga says by Tajits. Again. Thanks.
Yale Sakaufela. Yale dumedi Sakaufela Bontatele Bomme. Kile bo fumana monyetla ona. Le bitso la ka ke Mbengalo. Ke Mosotho wa ke tswaletse Lesotho a ke Mosotho ke le tebela mara ke tebele ba do tebela le Satan. Sello saka ke sena mo stemana beso. Ke le tjena ke le hlatsipa la Khutsong mo re beuweng teng ke masepala o re palletse Khutsong. Ha ba tlo lokisa ditsela ga wela. Nna ke le tjena ha ine se nna e le motho e mong e ke be ba mhlomo hona e tjena o badimong. Sekoti se ke weleng o sona nna le wena ka ga mo lo wa shebana motho a ka theoela ka mo la phela ke mohlolo wa modimo. Mme masepala ha lokisa ge le thogoditse ba mangwaba. Fela wa tseba o hwile ditau magasha le ditsotsi. Ha o ntso tsamaya o bona ditsotsi di atla ha o magasha a feta o wa thambola o wela ka sekoting. O be a dikgopo masepala ha re nix o mpalletse le no. O ntso le dikoti le wena o ka sheba mono o tla tshuwa. Jwale taba eno e tlamegile ke beile o le councilor ka pitlelo ke enwa. Ke beile ho yena ngaka. Ngaka o itse ya mohlola ke tlise mona ke tlise ka la bone. Wa tsa dinela bohlane lu ke tlameha lokise o tlameha le utlwe hore na le renga bophelo ba ka le ona jwale ke nna ke o pela. Speaker tse pedi a di le holla speaker tse tharo fetsa. Amen.
Okay, number 3. Let's go to number 3.
Madume bagolo. Tona kgolo le botlhe. Ke nna Stabasina Gadebe. Ke tswa ko 6. What 6 re na le plus minus 2 years. Re sena motlakase. Ke kopa la ke tswile le koteng le maswe le la di sinkhole mare le lona leng affectile. Mo premier ke batla ho patela motlakase. Di box tsa rona ga di bereke. Councilor o mpatla 500 rand gore ke tle ke kere motlakase. Ena re lekane ka ko section ya ward 6. Re na le bothata bo botona. Mo premier ne ke kopa gore within this week or next week, let's say next week, be re lokiseditswe motlakase. Thank you ke a leboga.
Mama Gadebe, number 4. Number 4.
Yawasanbonani. Igama lami ngingu Paul Mandlenkosi wakaMange. Paul Mandlenkosi Mange. I am the community leader ko Ward 18 teng mona Moli Dutsing Day. Okokuqala angizokubamba isikhathi ukubonga nje ukuthi sibe ne premier eyazi abantu. Premier, you are the first, let me not be the last one. Ukuthi uhambele abantu bakho. It's for the 3rd time now since ungenile esitulweni uza eMerafong. To me that shows that you are a leader. Ukhulume ngokuthi kuzoqashwa abantu njoba kuzoba ne farming lena yesola. Bengicela ukuthi kulabo abantu abazobe benza ama interviews uqasha abantu makube ngabantu abazi umsebenzi we-HR ngoba sine problem ukuthi makuthiwa kuyaqashwa lapha eMerafong abantu bahambe bengena ezindlini zethu befuna ama proof of address abahlali lapha abantu bakhona. So sizothanda ukuthi maqashwa makuqashwe really abantu baseMerafong and the surroundings. Okwesithathu ngizwile ukhuluma ngokuthi kuzoba khona imali ezofakwa ukulungisa iMerafong lapho khona ama sinkholes. Nalapha edrobheni lapha engihlala khona mina ningashiyi ngaphandle sinawo nathi ama sinkholes lapha etown. And then ayaqhubeka futhi ayaphambili. So bengicela ukuthi le task team ezosebenza ngama sinkholes ingabheki eKhutsong kuphela nasedrobheni mayizi. And then ke okugcina imali uma ngabe ikhona imali ezofakwa bengicela ukuthi mangobe khona i-department separate mhlawumbe yona i-HDA or some ukuthi imali mayibekwe khona ingezi ngapha ngakuthina yebo i-supervisor somewhere.
Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga.
Let's go to number 5. Number 4. Number 5.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Baba Morolong. I'm the principal of Hlanganane Primary School. I just want to comment in terms of education based on what the Premier just said now. You indicated the response to Relebogile, but there is Hlangabeza that has been declared in 2019, where there is a geotech report that the school was supposed to be relocated in 2019. That's where my problem is. Are we sitting here and wait for a disaster before we can act, or what? So if a school has been declared and there was an allocation for removal of the school, but now nothing is happening, that's where the problem is. Are we waiting for those kids to sink first before we can react? It's not only Hlangabeza or Relebogile. There are other institutions within Kutsong that are in danger also. Can we please act on all the institutions rather than to act on Relebogile because it has been a prime in other media? That's my request. Follow it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we go to number 6? Number 6.
Thank you, Kaleboga dumelang bagolo. Ka lebitso ke Patricia Rabanye, ke tswa ko Ward 4 Extension 3 Khutsong. Ke sa tlo senya nako ntate Ezra. Ne ke batla fela go tlhaloganya bagolo. A re sa itse man re latlhegile. If we go back and remind ourselves as badudi ba mo Merafong. Merafong was declared as a disaster, a national disaster ka 2002. But ke utla premier today are ke gone go santsane go submitilwe dipampiri to the national office to declare Merafong as a national disaster. So ne re kopa gore re fiwe clarity gore gantle re tlo declare as a national disaster ga kae mo Gauteng province. The other thing bagolo ke sa tlo kena gagolo ntate o setse a tsene ko tabeng ya disaster ya ko dikolong. Hlanganani le yone is also one of the schools entse ena le sinkhole e kampetsweng ka trata, and le yone ke na bana ba banyane le ka moelo primary school. In fact dikolo tsa mo Khutsong kaofela di na le partially the sinkholes inside the schoolyard, and then tsone ha di prioritize. It's a problem if go tlo prioritize a high school and then bana ba banyane bone e be le gore their lives don't matter, they are good aba le go risking. It's not proper. And then the last thing ke kopa ntate Ezra, it's a simple request from bahlali ba Khutsong to say re kopa di councillors di removiwe as DHR ha gona le any recruitments tse etsiwa mo di project tse di leng teng mo Merafong, because we are faced with that challenge ya gore di councillors now ke di HR masipala ha sa etsa mosebetsi wa one. Our own even our own projects, the main contractors cannot even recruit or employ people ha ba sa tle ka di councillors. So ne re kopa le yone eo e lateliwe. And then go kwala fela ntate Ezra ke kopa ska nkwala mafoko malome, ke kopa go tlatsa mo di mantho ono e bua to say the mines must also be part of this solution, not only the government, because masipala asene fela o at fault ka not maintaining the pipes tse leakang collocationing. Those drainage systems tse leakang as a responsibility fela ya masipala. The mines le tsone ka their own operations hantse ba blaster ko mining dintsa di tsikinya mole and then re a senyegelo. So they should also be part. Re kopa le etse follow up ko yone. You sit down with those mines and let them take responsibility as well. I thank you.
So Patricia, are go number 7.
Dumela. Libitso la ka ke Sello Modisa Dife in name of the state. Ntate before ke tlo bua ke ikopela. You can't come here in Merafong and dictate us how to ask questions. This is our area, chief. We are in the territory of the richest municipality in South Africa. Don't come here and dictate us how to answer questions, how to ask questions. This is Merafong. Here because who are the election in next year. So we want you to listen to us first. Please, don't dictate us. Oscar dictator. Thank you very much.
ke tlhalose e sa senyega akere akere re simolola re dumelelane gore bagolo re tlisitse ke di-petition akere tse di rileng tse re tlo di shebisisang. We have not even started with our formal program. Ready to an exception because re join le ke premier ra re premier please speak on the issue of the sinkholes such that the issues or the questions that may be asked are directly related to the presentation. Now you can imagine, we still have to engage with the actual petitions. We have not started. Now here we 5 minutes, we are not even going to get an opportunity to deal with these petitions. Nobody had a problem up until you to speak to all their issues within the prescribed time, you know. And that is why we feel sebaka. I get about whole. But when you raise issues, do not fall within the petitions that we receive. How do you expect that we are going to respond to them? If it's something that we have not received formal, you see. So, re-engaging with what the premier has presented. All other issues, even in Ali interest that's all, was still here to engage with you even after the session. I get it. Meeting issues they are not within the agenda of the meeting. Thanks.
Oh, go ntate. O tsontshwarele mo go khupisitseng teng. Dumelang bagolo. Ke le dumedisitse. Lebitso la ka ke Sello Modisadife. Ntate Premier, I'm happy that o tlile mo. Thank you, Principal Awibuile ntwena. Firstly, ke rata o tlo ikopantsha fela ke qete. The HOD ntate ke a leboha ka hobane le wena o teng mona, especially when coming to Department of Education. The district department, when coming to Merafong, they are undermining the education of a black child in Merafong. Because the very same bana ba le buang ka bone ba leng ko primary kapa ne le expectile pele hore go sekolo seo pele bana ba wele go classeng e be lona la understandang gore le rebogile it's not the first school sa go ba le sinkolo around Merafong. The HOD ke kopa tswetswe kena go dikolong tse ntate Panyaza a buang ka tsona o lo di sheba dikolo tseo o lo bona mathata a tshwantse a lokiso mo dikolong tseo. We therefore say demanding re le batswadi ba bana bo dikolong tseo re kopa the Department of Education bontate re kopa le speed up in the process ya o kraya pleke all the schools tsena le problem around Merafong a re batli mikhuku re batla dikolo tseo di agiwe with immediate effect only you going to wait until go ba le ngwana o welang a tlhokafalang go sekolong seo then you'll realize gore se ga se gona le disinkone e re ke qeta ntatwa ka ke a tswa jwana a ke batlo senya nako a mo renaka ntate ne ke ikopela go tlilo bua ka chelete hey ke kopa tšhelete e tla gape ha se ka tla go Merafong man ha se ka tla go Merafong even if la o kasha bring someone to Gauteng province or whatever a tla tlo kasha mo Merafong mo o rula Carltonville mara ke go blella go kashiwa. I'm not a tribalist ke a ikopela ntho ke tlo e buang I'm not a tribalist ha o kashiwa o bona bese kenang all the way from Eastern Cape o tsama 2 days go tswa Eastern Cape nna ke tsama 30 minutes go tswa mo go tla toropong mara bese se le teng go qashiwe batho ne re kopa le blele ntato wa tai e red speaker you are not a mayor you are a speaker you must respect us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's take number 8 quickly.
Number 8 ke number 8 le
and I get about re tlhompana re bua again if there's an issue you register it without raising emotions again or go bofellong re nne le dikarabo tse di fiwang again number 8
sure ke leboga program director ka lebitso ke Joseph Monyake ke representa petition committee yeah, extension 3, which is Ward 3 and Ward 4. In terms of women's settlement, relocation, yeah, Ward 3 and 4. But Kalaga and Tatepanyas, but Kalaga Kuzuma. Maspala Rona were feed too much, man. Arena Maspala, you are very much worried. I can marry Abuaka Kukuzo since he declared Wakale. It declared as a national disaster area. Thank you, more council, monarchy council resolution and action taken, what I was taking on that meeting. To go Pafela, only two bulletins that day. Merafong Council approved a comprehensive resettlement strategy plan and recommended through the district council and province to have Kuson declare a national disaster area. This is not for the first time in Tati. And then to go back, over this meeting, since we meeting. And number 2, because I can see this petition committee in Chagaofen. The time kicking a petition committee at the Gauteng legislation, our 500 units. This petition in the CEO during that time. This 500 units. Maspala Rona, Kanzarikana the meeting see, Lena, Harinkele, Harinkele Koptu, West and Tor, behind our back. So, the next unit, which is 753 units, high Kala, is a Kala Pele recopen over from the municipality, it's to the provincial level, because I can see this portfolio committee, I thank you.
All right. Normally we like. Arego number 9. Number 9. Okay, money.
Asibonge kubaba premier. Mina ngusandile Tateni from Wedela. Bengizocela mina ku premier ukuthi nathi sikhona.
Libizo ke ma. Sandi.
Yebo ba.
Okay.
Besocela nathi ku premier since nisuka Wedela. Nathi eWedela kulama project awabalayo. Sinawo nathi leyo disaster lapha yokuguguleka kwemigaqo even manje abantu asikwazi ukuye emathuneni cause of ibridge yakhona yawela nakhona. So besicela ukuthi ize singavaleleki ngaphandle kuzo zonke lezi ubaba uSophie asesibekile. And then sizoba nenkinga yesibhedlele ubaba uSophie awayeze kuzo ngiyacabanga ba 2 years back. Seso sibhedlele esilapha number 2, but say number 2, West Tip number 2. Leso sibhedlele baba leso sibhedlela sekho namhlanje. Bengizocela ukuthi nangabe unalo lolo lwazi lesibhedlela uyosivula enyakeni owedlule. Wazi ke namhlanje ukuthi asekho leso sibhedlela basidliwe ngozama zama. Basiqedile labo zama zama ebeni baxotshe eGauteng. Baze ngapha manje. Siphelile ke ba leso sibhedlela. Besizawucela ke nathi ke singabahlali baseWedela ukuthi uzukulandelele leso sibhedlele leso basidliwe yini bapha ama contracts aso cause zange sibe na report ekusukeni kwakho eWedela from our councilor bawo si reportela singabahlali ukuthi kwenzakalani ngesibhedlela ubukhona some of us zange sikhona uku participate kulo the time kuvulwa leso sibhedlela yabo.
Okay, let's take number 10.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm actually number 9. My name is Dion. The surname is Bokwan from Ward 1, Kutson South. I want to raise 2 issues, Chairperson. Tabaya pili kiela ya skolo sela sa Lebohile High School. It is true that Premier Wile Arichakela Tore Bona ko skolon sela. But we are worried kadi interventions because pace go move it's very slow. And bana ba ko skolong bale ma grade 8 to 12 ba kena for 4 hours a day. Then yanong go ba buima for bone gore ba ka khutla ba recover ka tsela e tshwanetseng. So we are pleading with the department gore they should speed up that process ya gore go agiwe mo jaka re relocate go agiwe di temporary structures tsele, because we are expected to have 41 classrooms, and currently tse fetsang go fetswa day before yesterday there are only 18. So re ne re kopa gore mpe e shebelwe taba eo. And ya bithuwe ke batlang gore ke tle ke raise ke taba ya di mines ene le setse le raise chairperson gore based on the social labor plan tsa di mines and the mining charter, it is the responsibility of mines gore ba etse bonnete ba gore ba participate le bone mo developmenting ya di areas or the surroundings tse leng gore ba mine mo tsone. And therefore ke naana gore ha ba tlo kopiwa ba tshwanetse gore ba tle ba bitswe gore ba khutle ba tlo contribute mo developmenting around this area le mo tabeng ena ya di sinkholes, because it is true gore taba ena ya di sinkholes, it is not only as a result of go sa maintain ga di pipes and so on. Le bone ka their mining operations ba khutlile ba ba le contribution, a major contribution e ba yentseng to the damage of this place ya rona. Okay, all right, Chair.
Thank you very much, Premier and Committee Chair, and all protocols are honored. I am David Khadebe. I represent Western Ecumenical Network. I also represent Elders Leadership Initiative South Africa, called ELISA. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Premier. Let me just get to the point. Khutsong is not the only area that's affected by sinkholes. There are also areas here in the city that are quite sensitive, very sensitive. So I am going to request that either before you leave or I have a way after you have left of communicating that information to you, because I'm afraid it's going to be quite sensational. Thank you.
Can we go to number 12?
Okay, Mahake Kupu.
12 ke go morao. Ya go morao again. Agora na Mexican wave. Ane rufile monyetla sa emisa le tsora feta again. E tshwana le koloi ya Elia. E ya fela go pele. Again, koloi ya Elia e ya fela go pele. A go le morao number 12. Ke Remo. Okay, number 12. Yeah.
Ke a le leboga ke le dumedise legislature e felletse le community ya Merafong. Mo premier yuta ke go rata thata.
Kana wena ma.
Ke nna piti mo Ramokale.
Ramokale.
Ke dula go di place mo rural areaeng ka mo Vonderfontein. A batla ka di vote ba re ba ya Rooiport. Mo premier ke na le potso e ke kopang go e botsa mabapi le wena ha o tla ka taba ya di solar system jwalo ka rona re le baduli mo tlase ga mo lefatsheng la Sibanye a se la masepala a rona re tlo ba lenane la gore re kra di solar system kampong khareo mo ka gore masepala rona wa di bodu o re arena budget gora ora re no kenyeletswa ka gore ke budget mo mo premier ke na le potso e ke kopang go e botsa gape ya bobedi ke ya gore premier ya ka o lefa o bua ka ntho e nang le thuso go setšhabeng a le tla boa le etsa inspection kampong le tlisa go Merafong e ye go dikwebekeng. Thank you. Ko dikwebekeng ba tla e utswa tšhelete.
13.
Tla ke dumedise mo premier. Ka lebitso ke Chuku. I'm from Kutsong Extension 3. Forum wa rona ke Hope of Kutsong Extension 3. Mo premier ntato ntsa bua chairperson. Hey man a re fena ko man. Nka go tla o bleletswe gore batho ba le ba yang ko tlante. 1 minute for issue e tshwana le tabe ya di sinko. E nyane na go re fanyo. So ka tswetswe ka boikopo tlhompo le boikokobetso ka go bule ka tlhompo. 1 minute ka nyane for the issue tlo di bua. Ha re gola rehabilitation ne gona di sinko la re qadi di bona gona no. Di bile teng in 1980s go tla kwa till today. But now government tolo wa khale no ha gona le leakage e nyana. A ke sinko le e khosa ke tears of drop ha olla. O khosa sinko. So now if sinko le e qala le nyana o botswa wena o lo complain ko municipality in terms of rehabilitation. Ha ba go respond qualified tlamele batle ka motsotso a ke agent. They will take time up until the sinkhole can open from one house to another. Then me wan thalata speaker we say go ditlerilwe di jara tsele. Then go tlantate David Makhura le ene a declare. Then gape re metse wena ka national o declare. Then ha go declare ha re bone Kutsong e ba developer re bona e ba toti go ya pele. E khosa ke bomang a re khoswang ke rona government wa kajeko just because if ne re rehabilitate in time nke be re sna dikoti tse re di bonang location e kaofela engwe ya botlhokwa premier ha go bua thata ke re ntato re file nako nyana ke kopa re be le nako lwena so that re go tlhalosetse the way masipala le government le operatileng ka teng di mine ka SLP ha go ba le community consultation gona le mo gona re ganang gore go sa approvewa any document go masipala a sa dumella di mine di tswelle pele ka operation up until ba re belle ba tlo re thusa yang go lokisa location la rona kere then ka gore na le local government o iketlileng o relaxitse o dumella everything e buang ke di mine then 96% ya lefatshe le tshwere ke fa Western Dolomitic and Water Association batho ba tshwere lefatshe le lengata go tswa mo Tilko Kutsong a re batla thuso bagolo ba rona premier ke di mine a re nkeng di mine re di be mo fatshe re di emiseng up until ba re belle ke thuso ba tlo re fang yono go go lokiswe location la rona. I submit there. Thank you.
Ndiyabulela ngcini hlalo. Igama lami ndinguntandazo kaSkhenjana. I'm just going to be precisely and short, but I would request the Premier's attention in order for him to be able to understand the dynamics with regard to the sinkholes. Precisely so that he can prevent atrocities that are committed to find ourselves in this scenario of the environment. First of all, Premier, I know you have never failed. I was confident to come here because knowing that you'll be here. We submitted the first petition in 2011 with the legislature, but they failed. Not the very panel that we have, but lack of confidence in provincial legislature. First of all, Premier, you have indicated that there will be a program in terms of rehabilitation. In 2011, JG Stradom conducted 48 boreholes in Kutsong in order to assess what is the problem. But recommendations and findings, it was a pipeline infrastructure. It was recommended that they must quickly improve the maintenance. Municipality neglected to act actively in that respect. Number two, Premier, I want to ask a question. Is your initiative to rehabilitate Kutsong a complete escort-free program for those who are accountable for the corruption here? Number one, I'm submitting this to you. There is a Pandahanu audit report with regard to state of the municipality, which gives the recommendation that other cases, they must be reported in police station. It was never implemented. Number three, there is a Koboro forensic audit, also indicated how finances of the municipality were misappropriated and mismanaged, but no one has been brought before book. My question is to ask, your initiative, is it erasing all the corrupt activities happened in this municipality? Premier, there is, in terms of what you have indicated with regard to employment, I'm trying to be short. There is a police recruitment. Police recruitment, provincial body does not recommend young people from Merafong. You get deployment from West Rand to Kuto. No one has been recommended. There is a red tape and a manipulation. There is an elephant, sorry, there is an elephant which has consumed billions in Kutong, a clinic where grannies are still in crisis. Even today, there is a multi-purpose center in Kutong. Based on the state, I'm articulating in the report, giving the scenario of the circumstances, that we want the Premier to act upon so that he reprimand such conduct that they must not prevail again. If we not submit to Premier, he will never have the basis of what happened. But all those millions are because of the PMU, Project Management Unit, which is incapable of monitoring the public funds. The last submission, Premier, in terms of the education, I once engaged you in a telephonically. We have a crisis on drugs and substance abuse. Yes, it's a proper initiative, but we as here in local government, we are experiencing a problem where officials of the municipality, they connive to be part of beneficiation with kickbacks and recommending their own people to serve in project. Last one. There is last one. Yeah, last one. Now there is a, in terms of the employment opportunity that you have narrated, there is a mega project, Elijah Bahai. Premier Makura said this project is going to benefit people of Merafong. There will be an employment. And by that, we were in a very high encomiums, you know. Okay. But only to find that today, no one benefits here. I wanted to submit from there. The other, no, I'm complete. No. I'm complete.
15, let's go to number
the other one, Premier. I want to submit it to legislature. That if legislature is coming, I respect you. We were supposed to tell them to go. But because you're available, they will never do that in your absence.
So let's document.
You want to address the Premier. There is a serious corruption here. You failed as a Molotata. You failed as a legislature. We have confidence in Premier. We want to give the fundamentals. Yeah. Why?
Let's go to number 15. Thank you very much.
We are
going to number 15. We came here to listen, and we are doing exactly that. But don't abuse us in the process. We have given you an opportunity. One of the things that we have said, one of the things that we have requested is that if you have a petition to submit, while here we've got people who are working with us, please submit something so that you can also substantiate it, detail it. So we're going to number 15. Let's take number 15.
14.
We're here because you have written to us. What do you mean you are tired? Number 15?
Number 14.
No, 15. It's actually 15.
Ah, 15 ki.
Okay, come in.
Okay. Kalibitso ke moeketsi mogagabi wa go Khutsong. Ke member ya MBC Merafong Business Chamber. In terms of education, and tate Premier, the companies are on di mo CSD. No yana re na le crisis ya di class ko Khutsong kwa. Ki sise di proposal stoko ki se mo meyatheni sa di class. Ke tlansa fela phone ra kra purchase order di class di tla ba teng bana ba kene go seng. Re boleuwa ke di officials sa rona ko department ba gana ka procurement ba re mislead rona bana ba Mokhutsong. Ke submitile proposal Premier re na le di geologists mo Merafong. Kona le bana le di masters ke na le team ya teng. ke submitile proposal ya motšhini wa GPR. Motšhini wa teng o detecta di sinkhole, o detecta di pipes, o detecta di potholes. Le ga ke gore mabitla a khale if le sa kry motšhini wa teng o kgona go detecta. Yaanong re kopa di directors sa Department of Education tlogellang go kwalla bana ba mo Khutsong di opportunity. Always dilo di tswa ko bo Randfontein, Krugersdorp e be go ke tsa province. Le rona re bana ba province mos. I submit.
Thank you very much, my brother. Let's go to number 50.
Okay, thank you.
16, but yeah.
Thank you, colleagues from the province. Igama lami uSibusiso kaNhlapo. I've just got two things here. Premier, we've got a serious problem with the conduct of the province. We as local SMMEs feel that we are outside of Gauteng because of the very same conduct that my colleague alluded to. We know that very soon, seeing that you are zooming into the problems of Merafong and predominantly Khutsong, your very team will be the team that parachutes contractors coming from Limpopo, anywhere else in the country. And those people, they are coming here having conniving or in cahoots with municipal officials, some Masipala wa mo Merafong. And this thing must come to an end. I'll make a typical example of what we just went through this morning when we were talking to one of your colleagues. Always, Rona, we are told that we need to subscribe to a database. Either kia Gauteng, either kia CSD, either kia Masipala. We're not even sure which database must we enroll on. Hona anong refile ostuli ilore rebota ka taba ya di smaller opportunities. That's this very same event. You were there ko Ndlebende. There were peace jobs like cleaning and supplying of toilets, smaller jobs. But we don't even know the people that are supplying Yuka sound system, decorations and so on. Why must those people be parachuted through a process on our side saying? We know that your very same team will parachute companies from elsewhere, which we don't know. Battle feeder those sinkholes. And it is your colleagues who will be coming and they saying, Bonaba, it's a specialized works. Specialized how? When we sit in those sinkholes, and you must also acknowledge one thing. We work with these sinkholes. We are directly and currently are involved in mining projects that has to do with rehab work. We are busy with rehab projects, mining. So now, if ever from wherever where we don't know, and you call him specialized, when there's evidence of work that we have done, mining, what are you talking about? Why is everybody coming from Gauteng and then from the undermining to Bamo Khutsong and saying they are coming with specialized work? So it's not going to happen. Which database must we now enroll on? Because and then from there, Masipala support let us suppress as local people. I thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Let's go to the next one.
Sanbonan Bahlal Basemirafong. Sanbonan Mr. Chairperson. Bingelelu Premier wetu. Kamalam ngonomvula Masina. I'm a resident la Merafong. Ngizwile abafowethu bakhulumile nawe Premier ngukuzwile all your interventions. They are beautiful, they are very attractive. I've got only one question for you. Uguti, the petition committee and you premier, are you only here because Merafong issue amasinkos ase Kutong, they were on cutting edge and carte blanche? Are you only here because of that? That's number one. Number two, and are you only here because Luto Rietzabon Nana Rubala, Nizela Nzonzabon Nana Rubala, and nothing will happen? When you leave here today, nothing will happen. There will be another a meeting, maybe 5 years after, addressing the same issue. So are you here? Luto Rietzabon Nana Rubala na. That's my question to you.
Thank you very much, my sister. Let's go to, is it the last one? The last hand, isn't it? Mama. Yeah. Mama, you may come in. Can we pass on the mic, please?
Ke a le dumedisa ba botlhe ka lebitso la Morena Jesu wa Nazareth. Amen. Lebitso la ka ke nna Joyce Mabu Maluleke, ke tswa ko Hot 30 ko Carlton. Mo tlase ga Mogale City. Ke tlile yana ke utlwa go te mo premier o tla mo. Re tlo go kopa gore re kopa o ke o etse mbizo ya di rural area fela o ko tle ko di rural area le tlo utlwa mathata a rona re le kakwa because re puso ke ya rona re mo puso re buswa ke puso ke ya rona ma re ntse re ya buswa ke makgowa ko di plekeng tsa rona ke na le ploto e ke rekile mo ne ke etsang farming teng makgowa ba khone go tla ba epe diphini tsaka a tsene mo jarteng ya ka di wa batlang ka teng o tsena ko masepala wa reporta mara ha ba go tse serious ke feditse jara ka be ka ya ko legislature ba na le report ya ka ke fitla ke isa problem ena ba feletsa bang attenda ko masepala wa Mogale City ha legislature e ba founela ke gone ba simulang ba re attenda ko plekeng e re dulang ko teng ke khale re dutse mo plekeng ele ha ina sepe ha e tlhokomelo ha e khatallwe re bona fela ka nako ya di vote ke gone o tla bonang batho ba kope ha gona motho o tlang Carlton ke pleke ya khale ka giso bo Swaneville di tswa mo Carlton batho ba tletseng kwa ba tswa ko Carlton mara Carlton le betswe ha ina le location ha rena ditsela ha pula ene le tshwantse ba le gambutse ha o ya di taxi o ya toropong ke a leboga.
Okay, so re le buila ke re ba holo a re simolla re bontshitse gore ba ile re bana le khatlego ya o bua ke a itse ona le ba ile re nga ba khatlega ne ba batlile gore ka re ka extend la bua 10 minutes, but the reality is that we may not be able to do that. Ke bontshitse re simolla rona unfortunately pitso ya rona se imbizo because we are not the Gauteng provincial government. We are a different body altogether. Again, say seriously mogidi petitions. But we made an exception in allowing the premier to make a presentation to speak on the issue of the sinkholes and other related issues that Batubamo Merafong as a whole are contending with. Again, so Rato Leboga, your submissions, your questions, and then we're going to open up for the response by the premier. But of course, there are a number of petitions which also speak to some of the issues that you have raised. So for instance, you will find that our principals commissioned a number of petitions. And that is why you will see we've got the Department of Education to further elaborate on what is their plans, departmental, to respond to those specific challenges. So the Premier will attempt to respond, or will attempt to give all responses to the issues that you will have raised, but we will still allow those that are coming from the specific departments to also elaborate further. Like more le hatile in the council if you are right side lo sentle re kopa maitshwarelo again it's all in the intention or meeting or na onne le direction a re batle meeting o lo reng o bua to a point mo lo reng wa unable to respond again but ko bo fello again a re tshabe re tlile there's a conscious decision why re tlile so that we listen and we are well aware that there may be other issues that you might want to register with us. It usually works best when people have documented. Again, how documented or substantiated or feel a detail, it also empowers us to follow up. Again, I read this cutting edge in again, I read this cutting edge. We do this work, again, no, irregular one saying, Moma Lobing, just Moma Lobing, Nerlogo Mohali City. Again, So we move in all different regions of our province on the very same exercise to listen to all of your issues. So, Mukuru Tamaha, Nerelefe Munyetla, Luhono respond.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me appreciate all the issues that have been raised, and also appreciate the opportunity granted by the Petitions Committee. You know, Banabesus, sometimes I get to raise a joa. Aus nomvula masin. How we are playing, how feel about no clearly because uboni. How sad Ramon remuhetile atli. So aksatse or ketle or geskatla na because either way kitlo accuse you or utlile because carte blanche in elemo. Ngebe ke satla ne le tloreng wa mona premier wa teng atli le re mmema. So ke khomi ya mshate wa gapa o molato wa etloela molato. So I want to state this fact, but you'll rather accuse me of being there. You will never accuse me of not being there. That's how I lead. And I'm not going to be scared to go to a community because I'm going to be labeled. Actually, where there are problems, you'll see me. Where there are no problems, you won't see me. I'll rather spend time with people that have problems rather than spend time with people that don't have problems. As long as you have problems in Khutso, I will come here. And if people will accuse us that you are coming now because next year only it's unfortunate. Because we can't wait for people to sing. We are responsible. We are government of the day. Let's go where we are needed and assist people. Ya di kgetho re tlo tla ke tlo apara le nna bona ba EFF ba peretsa bona le nna ke tlo tla next year ke aperetsa ka nako ya di kgetho ona no ke tle ka ya mmuso ene ya ka ipilanyana I black green and gold wa tseba ke so we are not here because of elections. We are here because what can happen in Khuzong, it's a serious disaster. And all of us must ensure that that disaster is early. And that's the reason why we are here aus Nomful. So, I want to carte blanche, next abutisa more. Carte blanche ne batlang. Bare carte blanche thing ibile ka sonta o mo. Na kitle mo ka Friday ya before carte blanche. Ka date. So, aus Nomful. Archila nyana ska data rtlatla. Mona le matata rtlatla. I also want to clarify the issue of the disaster that we want to declare. A disaster is declared according to financial years. There is a certain financial year that we declare disaster to use the finances of that financial year. But as Gauteng, we said that even when we are still waiting for the disaster to be declared, we will come in because we don't know when the next sinkhole will happen. We can't wait. We must come here, set the disaster aside, assist our communities, and ensure that you don't have a repeat of what Ndadem Zwandile said. Or ubilele moto waiting, atamai, and nothing happened. I don't want my name to be added there. And that's the reason we are putting a search and rescue team permanently here, so that it can assist people and save lives immediately. So the disaster is according to financial years, but we are not going to wait. And the disaster that was declared, indeed, Ntate Makura, when he handed over, he briefed me about it. It was a provincial one. Khuzong need a national disaster team. The situation is not nice. We need to suspend laws, suspend some regulations to allow to migrate people as fast as possible. And that's the reason why we want the intervention that we want to do. Kurutlile watu wa Khuzong. Or shelter muso riska itisa maspaling wa Merafong. No kilutlile bana bes. Kilutlile bana bes. Ke lo utlwile bana. So re ska itologa, ke lo utlwile, re tla etsa jwalo. Yeah, ke lo utlwile. Ke lo utlwile hape bana beso re ha re hira au ma councillor a nkutlweletse. Ha re hira ba re ma councillor a be fair kwa, a be gole kwa. Re tla bona re berekisana jwang. Re lo utlwile. A ke batle o responda. Ke lo utlwile bana beso. But I must be honest, if you don't know, Ogai Chief Whip, Ogai Chief Whip, Ntato, or like what's that language? Chief Whip? I just want to demonstrate that not all councillors are the same. Not all councillors the same, but unfortunately, Baba etsang ntho tse mpe se le ba bangata ba affected ba ba etsang ntho tse ntle. So we'll respect that. But ke ntato ke fetsa o kgethiwa wa premier. Ntato wa chief a nkgotha nto sa re ntate Lesufi. Ke a o tshepa, ke a o trusta mara ngwaneso ke kopa o kenye mo agendeng tsa ntho tsa hao, kenya mathata khutso. Ke ntato o tla o jwetsa le. So not all councillors are bad. I'm trying to demonstrate that element. Mama Khadebe wako Ward 6 wa 2 years usina mtlagasi. I hope wa bereka nga mtlagasi ntate Mpiti. Please respond to that one. I don't want them to say by Rizelina akayaraba. Principal, I'm told the reason why this petitions committee is sitting here is to listen to a petition. So anyone who speaks about education, that part is still coming. I don't want to respond to it. The HOD is here. Kitsamai go education, banabes. Let's go limbona lanzele bona education. Akisali yo mo banabe. Batla araba ba education. Because that's the reason why the petitions committee is here, and they're attending to all the issues that you have requested us to attend to. Ndate Joseph Munyake, you indicated or Maspala is failing you, and you explained all the challenges that you raised. I've taken note of. Barnabas, we need to strengthen and support this municipality. It might have its own challenges, but the reality is this municipality is the first line of defense. Before the province can come here, the first line of defense is this municipality. So we must capacitate it, ensure that it functions well, and ensure that it utilizes its budget. Unadentato, who explained all the forensic, all the investigation, all the reports that they are asking whether our intervention, it means all those things must come to an end. And my answer is simple, no. Where there is corruption, it must be tackled, and those that are responsible must be punished. They can't be left because we are coming as the province. It does not work that way. So those particular forensics and report will still be attended and be dealt with. I also want to respond to and I'm happy. Kintatema. I think Kintatemo Gates, if I'm not mistaken, Linda Desbusis Ntlap. You know my problem with business forums is that we want to create opportunities, but some of these business forums want to stop projects because they don't want to follow processes. And that creates problem. So those that are genuine business forums, I'm inviting you so that we start now. Let's establish a properly recognized business forum that has the properly recognized business leadership, so that when we come with a project, we can introduce that project to that properly constituted business forum. But we don't want to speak to you as a business forum. And then also there's another new business forum that need to do other things that are wrong. So let's start to work together. So before you can accuse government, of which I'm not defending, let's get ourselves organized and have a formal relationship so that we know which business forum is the one that is ruling in Khuzong, is the one that must be consulted. Because in the absence of that, hooligans have taken advantage of business forum and they're creating problems for all of us. They are stopping projects and they're doing wrong things. And we must not hide that part. I'm saying, and I'm challenging people of Khuzong, and I'll come here next week Sunday. I want to meet all businesses of Khuzong so that whatever that we will bring in Khuzong or Merafong, we know which forum to consult. Because I don't want to consult you and tomorrow I'm accused by somebody to say, our consult. When I thought I've consulted everyone. Next week Sunday, Harukopaning, all businesses, or if there is a formal, and I like the elderly one. Say we've got an organization for the elderly voice. I know if I need to consult, I'll consult that forum. I want us to, if Elite Business Forum that represent all of you, we don't have to start afresh. Introduce it to us. Our team is here. Let they know who are the people that they're going to work with. But we can't have overnight or fly-by-night business forums. And you want us to dictate terms to us. We are going to deal with properly constituted business forums. The ones that are not properly constituted, I'm saying it this now, we are not going to be intimidated by criminals. We are going to go toe by toe to those that think that they can intimidate us. So I hope I've clarified that part. And on the basis of that, we can tackle the issues that we are raising, that we are putting proposals that are not responded for, and all other related matters. But let's get ourselves organized. And any other person that is running an organization of unemployed people, let it be formal, let have your details, let's meet together. You can't open an organization today because tomorrow you go hear about and say, it does not work that way. Let's have proper structures in place now so that when opportunities come, I know who to consult in this particular area. And we can also replace councillors. They were elected as well. They might have their own challenges, but they were elected and their voices must also be heard. Because when you don't want them, when there is a problem, you expect answers from them. It does not work that way. You can't recognize them when it suits you, and you don't recognize them when it suits you as well. If you recognize them, let's recognize them. And those that are corrupt, let's take them out rather than paint everyone with the same brush. It does not work that way. It does not work that way. Let's have a way of respecting structures and work with those particular structures. And I want to work with recognized structures. I don't want to work with somebody who it does not work. It does not work that way. Oh, okay. We'll find a way. We'll find time. Thanks. Okay. Ntate Piki, ku utlwile ngwaneso. Ku utlwile about the solar system and how that solar will benefit you as well, and the things that you feel we need to attend. Ku utlwile ngwaneso. I think in that chunga kuarabile ka declaration ya the disaster, how it works, and you said you want time with me. The team is here. The team is here, so they will be in a position to deal with this, with all these things, and we can attend to. So, but bakhutso, e re ke respect na go ya bontate ba ke ba leboe ke ba hlompe. Ditletlebo tsa lona ke dingwetse a sore ke sa ya raba ka utlwella ke utlwelletse ke re kile mo tsa dikolo, everything that was education, the team is here, is going to respond to all those education. But I want to plead with you as I sit down. Ke utlwile ntate. Ke utlwile ntate Mosotho. Mosotho mshwashwaile moapara ko bo motle. Ke utlwile ngwaneso. Ke utlwile ngwanao. Nna ke tswa teateaneng, ke tswa TY ntate, so re ka bua ka tseo ntate. But I want to plead with you. Let's not spend our energy in blaming. Let's spend our time in doing things that will save this community. I want to plead with you. I don't have time. If you say someone is corrupt, give me evidence or keep quiet. We can't work our mamang or corrupt is not corrupt. And these opportunities that we are bringing here, we might be mentioning Khuzong. It affects all Khuzong and surrounding area. Whether ke Wedela, ke Tropong, as other people say, they're having problems. This opportunity sketches across the area. We are rebuilding a new economic giant here. If we work together, we work with evidence, we work with commitment and hard work, we will have good results in this particular community. So I'm pleading with you, let's not doubt each other, but let's hold each other's hands and solve the problem that is confronting all of us. Thank you.
Are shapele mukuru tamaga matso. Re le buila kere. So re tlo mogolola kere le motlwile. Le motsitse dipotso wa arabila kere. A re tse dingwe di notile mara o tloela mo morao di officials tsa re le buile ntate le sufi. Le tla shepela botse. Okay. So re le buile bagolo. So mo karolong e tlanye re simolla ka di petitions tsa rona kere. Ke yona ntwe re tlise mo. Re batlo simolla ka di petitions tsa rona, ne? So there's a number of these petitions. Ba kae bo re ba ke sebetsang le bona. Ke ba batla mo gaufi ya ga mo. Ke tlo le tlhalosetsa process ya teng, akere. It's I think we'll do 2 if not 3 before lunch. Because on our lunch again. So maybe let's take 2 because it's already 1:45 and then we can break for lunch. So lenaneo le the way lo le tsamaisang ka teng kore re tlo presenta a summary ya petition e re receivile akere. And then e be re buisa a re fetso e buisa re tlo kopa batho ba ikwetseng gore ba nne on these 2 tables akere la di bona ditafola tse. And then a re fetso e buisa summary ya teng re tlo ba kopa gore ba re confirmele whether the contents are teng they are accurately captured. Gore se ka nna gore no le re kwaletse somebody about distort and capturing akere. So they confirm. And immediately after they've confirmed, the department, the relevant department, either from the municipality or from the province, will also join us in giving responses to those that particular petition. Again, I'm very happy because there are the MMCs who are also going to assist in responding to some of these petitions. I must just indicate because we started off a bit late. The executive mayor was called into an urgent meeting to do an assessment on the performance of the municipal manager. So unfortunately, she could not have stayed with us the entire time. We also started a bit late. So there's a formal apology which has now been formally recorded by the office. We'll have it with us here. Again. So ndate mbuli rosimolla ka efeng. Yeah, wa itse ke batla re simolle ka tsele tsa di sinkholes. Ne? Tsa di sinkholes, tsa dikolo. And approach I want to suggest, members, you will guide me. I want to suggest there's about 4 petitions. Ne? There's 4 petitions tsa dikolo tse di farologaneng, again, different schools. But they are all addressing the same issues. Again, ordinarily we take petitions one by one. But because re senyelletswe ke nako, re na na re di tseye as the corresponding departments will also sit on the tables which are on my left. Again, so that we take them as a whole. And then after lunch, we then deal with the remainder of the petitions. On a let's say the dilanga di surage, on a let's say the uanka the bill again. Yeah, billing, irregular or incorrect billings, all of those petitions will then take them as well. I get it, individual. So, kerata ukopa our petitioners, which ndate Phutane akuhlanganani akatla ene me ngai di makatso ngai akatla mo pele ke a go kamohelo ya ke kamohelo primary, and then ona le ndate Masiza e kana ke go ke o hlangabeza ne ke bitsa sentle hlangabeza, and then ke feng up. There are 4. Have I called 4? Yeah. So Rotloko Pavo, the principal of all of these schools, to join us. You can sit on the right. Maybe let's get extra chairs. Ne? And then the screen is already about the 2 screens. Can you see? Okay. And then we are going to read the summaries. I shot the motor. Well, it's supposed to be 4. Who are we missing?
Tadula.
Me Suzano game. Marika school way. Is it a school? Okay, so it's 3. But bear in mind, so we may have 3 petitions that go, right? But in essence, because we have also discussed with the Premier, they will be beyond the 3 schools. So the kind of interventions that we want will be beyond the 3 schools. So these petitions, by these active principals, they are very active principals, are reflective of the general state of how these sinkholes affect the schools around the area. I get like again. So whatever responses that the department will give will also be suggestive of other schools which might not or which may not have submitted petitions. I never discriminate. I get like again. And by the way, we visited the schools in January already. I get the principal. I want to before Carte Blanche. Like before cutting edge. Really, on the first week of January, we were in the schools. And we are the ones who requested the principals to submit these petitions. Or recognizing a petition, no sooner that you can think we are going to be there. And that is why we are here. So we're not driving the other motivations. We are a functional committee. Again. Okay, so we're going to take the summary and then, yeah. And then maybe let's get the corresponding authorities to also join us. So the Tlokopa Department of Education, the head of department, and then, who are we? Okay, let's take only the department because there are those that relates to human settlement. We'll also deal with them differently. Again, actual specific departments come in. They will actual specific departments come in. They will then be giving a much more elaborate plan of action on how they would respond to those specific issues. I get like so can we just quickly read through the summaries of all the 3 petitions? So that law can in future. I saw petitions management process. Again. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and the Masiari, good afternoon. Chair, the first petition that we are going to deal with, it is with regard to filling of a sinkhole, Hlanganani Primary School registration number PP16D, /02/23LOEDID. The petitioner is Mr. Petros Putane, an adult male who resides at 25 Pretoria Street, submitting this petition on behalf of the teachers and schools governing body of Hlanganani Primary School, Carltonville, who alleges that there is a sinkhole within few meters of the school which poses a safety risk to the learners as well as staff members and the community. He further alleges that the sinkhole has been there for the past 2 years, but nothing has been done to remedy the situation, even though Merafong Local Municipality is aware of the problem. He therefore requests the urgent intervention of the legislature as the sinkhole is deepening and widening by the day. Councillor was engaged several times regarding the matter, yet the councillor did not provide an amicable solution, which means the outcome of the engagement with the councillor were ineffective. Chair, the petition was before the committee for consideration. Subsequent to that, it was adopted, further referred to the Office of the Premier, the Department of Human Settlement, and the Department of Infrastructure and Development, and the Department of Education for consideration and responding. The second one, Chair, is cracked toilets, Kamuhelo Primary School, registration number PP17D/02/23LOEDID. The petitioner is Mrs. Dimakatso Mgai, an adult female residing at 1884 Batswaning section, submitting these petitions on behalf of teachers and school governing body of Kamuhelo Primary School, who alleges that the learners and teachers' toilets at their school have had cracks for the past 3 years, which has affected the rest of the school. She also alleges that when they noticed the first few cracks, they immediately informed the district office of the Department of Education, who provided the school with temporary toilets and barricaded the cracked toilets. However, she alleges that the toilets have since been vandalized and there is still no permanent solution as per the department's undertaking. She further alleges that the situation is so dire that the cracks have extended to the rest of the school and have collapsed a classroom. She therefore requests for the urgent intervention of the legislature as the Department of Education and Merafong Local have still not assisted. Chair, the petition was before the committee for consideration. It was adopted and referred to relevant authorities for responses. The third one, Chair, is expanding sinkholes, Merafong. The petitioner is Mr. Lawrence Msiza, submitting this petition on behalf of Hlanganeza Primary School, who alleges that it has affected the school and is spreading to Badirile Secondary School, as it is very close to the primary schools. He also alleges that there is already a hole next to the main gate of the school, Badirile Secondary School to be specific, which propped up unexpectedly, and they suspect that it might be as a result of the sinkhole. He further alleges that the sinkhole has already damaged Hlangabeza Primary School, as there are no go areas within the schoolyard, and fears that the same thing might happen to Badirile Secondary School, where he is the headmaster. He therefore requests for the intervention of the legislature. Chair, the petition was also before the committee for consideration. It was referred to relevant responding authority. Thank you, Chair.
Have we read this?
Yes, Chair, I've read all 3.
I think this one works. I'm sure. Okay. So let me use this one, and maybe get the petitioners to confirm first. I'm not sure whether you have got a mic. Do you have a mic? Okay. So if you can confirm for us whether in the summaries we have been able to capture everything that you had raised, or whether there's any supplementation that you might want to make related to what you will have previously stated that might not reflect. So if we can just confirm, so all three of you, but if there's anything that we have missed out, you will give us an indication. So okay, maybe anyone, you can start.
Mr. Tlobelo, Shanganani Primary School, I do confirm the contents of the petition.
That one is confirmed.
Dumelang bagolo di makatso mngai ntate Letsoalo ha se mngai dikgomo tsa ntate mngai. Thank you.
A challenge
Okay. Before I confirm there is a misrepresentation or there is a mistake there, the classroom has not collapsed. It was just a crack.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
So we'll fix that one so that we don't distort. And then fellow, is it okay? So we're covered. Okay. So all these petitions are confirmed. And then we're going to get the actual report from the department. Can I request that we flag the reports so that the community can see? Formal, hearsay. So we usually request for reports. Are there reports? Yeah, so we're just trying to project the reports so that when the department engages on the responses, at least you can also be able to follow through. Have we projected them? They are there. Okay. So let's invite the Department of Education to engage with the reports. Let us so that they know you formally, including your designations.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of Committee. Can we have a...
So they want to move it?
So that we can move it. But my name is Edward Musuwe. To the Chairperson and Honourable Members, so that my name is Edward Musuwe. I'm the head of Department for Education in Gauteng. I'm together with my two colleagues. No, they can speak for themselves.
Thank you, Chair and members, and also people in the House. My name is Vuyani Mpofu. I'm the DDG, or Deputy Director General, for Education Support in the Gauteng Department of Education, under who these areas such as the infrastructure would also fall. Thanks.
I'm not sure what is happening, but also empower the department to move their own presentation. so that it's a bit convenient for them. Have we done that? Okay. Sorry for the...
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Members and everybody in the House. My name is Kensani Baloi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure at the Gauteng Department of Education. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you very much. And then, yeah, you may then present the report.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've asked that our PowerPoint presentation be flighted. Do you have the PowerPoint? Okay, thank you very much. Where do I point so that we can move it? Where is the computer? Over there? Oh, okay. Can you move it for me then? Because I think I'm struggling. Chairperson, we have come here to report on the petitions that were received. We confirm that all that has been said about the petitions is correct. We did identify those specific issues. Maybe to start with Klanganane Primary School, it is the petition Kentate Petros Putane, as was indicated, it has been read. Maybe if you go to the next slide. In the next slide, because Ronarama teacher, we know how it works. So whoever is controlling is messing up our teaching capacity. I'm a teacher, so I know this thing. I give out one presentation so that the community can get to understand what we wrote. Because what we wrote is what we are committing to do.
Yeah.
It is not about me, it's about what is here.
So the HOD can just indicate if he wants us to move to the next line so that we...
I think it would be better that way, Chair, but except that they have me on the screen than they have...
Can you project it? No, we don't have it.
It was projected and it came off.
Yeah, but the screens are showing the HOD. We want the report.
Chair, if I were to talk, I'm not sure if you would allow me to proceed, or shall we wait?
Just a bit. Just a bit. Yeah, but where is it?
Maybe, which computer we're using, I will go to that computer and operate from there. Can I come over there? If you don't mind, Chair, can I present from...
Still okay, HOD? Can you see it? Amen.
Where is it? Which one? Honorable Chair and members. That's fine. Baholo, Labona, this petition, we decided, Chair, as a department, go back to the previous slide. We wanted to establish Hore. Once we received that petition, we came ourselves to understand what is this that is being spoken to. Ooh. Okay. So, thank you. I think. Yeah. So, Chair, when we received the petition, we came. This is the image of the sinkhole that we found, and clearly from what it says, the sinkhole indeed is there, one. But two, that the sinkhole is outside the schoolyard. And ordinarily, anything that is outside the schoolyard would then be the responsibility of departments that would be outside, that are not working inside the department, inside the yard. We went on to check an aerial view, that sinkhole, and Lebona, the red dot also begins to show who the sinkhole e guy. Those maps. But the big question, what then did we do as the department? Firstly, because the sinkhole is outside the school, the first thing that we confirm is that we agree that it is actually a matter that requires attention, and we referred to the relevant government department. In this case, because it is outside the schoolyard, it is a matter that the local municipality and responsible departments must be able to deal with. The second thing is, when we are the Department of Education, what do you do? Because ours is a responsibility to make sure that teaching and learning takes place in a conducive environment, a conducive and safe environment. The first thing that we were able to do was to ensure that, because when any disaster happens, it is not only disaster at the level of seeing the problem, but it also affects the emotional and other capacities of persons. We made sure that there is psychosocial support that's given for the learners and teachers alike at the school as a means of counseling them and ensuring that this does not cause any more trauma beyond what it would have happened. But from an education point of view, we want to make sure that teaching and learning takes place. And in this context, there's also been a suggestion that we will look into other forms of providing for education in that school and in those schools that are affected. And this comment I'm making because it affects all other schools that have been affected in this. And honestly, a system that we are talking about. And earlier on when the Premier was here, Honourable Chair, somebody spoke about children only attending 3 or 4 hours. It is an educational decision that you make when you do not have adequate infrastructure. There is also what you call, when you have a platooning system, and maybe many of you who grew up in the olden days would know that there was a platooning system. It's a double shift system. All that it says is that it's a double shift system where some children come in the morning and others come in the afternoon. What the department must only do in that case, because when you have a double shift system, it means you are having teachers do double the work. It's a matter that we are beginning to look at, how do we ensure that teachers are not overworked because they will be teaching twice what they should be teaching only once. So a platooning system is what is being deployed in this particular case, Chair. Chair, we wanted also to talk to other schools that are affected. I know we were talking about this, but there are 3 other schools that are affected in this case. These schools are in what we call a dolomitic area. It is not only this one, but it is these other 3, Hlangabeza, Kamohelo, and Rilebuhile. You will see, if members of the community were to look on the extreme right, there are 3 columns where there's a name of the school, where are the challenges that we picked up. But if you look on the interventions, Herbuagadi interventions is what is it that we are doing in each one of them. As it relates to Hlangabeza, we know that the school is a school that requires major rehabilitation. You can't just appoint any other contractor. You need a contractor that has particular skills and grading. That is why we referred it to another department, the Department of GDID for rehabilitation. Kamohelo Primary, toilet blocks and bonds. Kamohelo Primary, we know about that block of toilets, and we are saying that block of toilets must actually be demolished. And the reason why we will demolish it is because even if we were to build, it will sink. But the second thing is that where those toilets are located, the municipal infrastructure, the bulk system, sewage in that area is also collapsed. So you can't fix something. We can fix the walls and brick and mortar, but if the sewer line is also broken, it will be an exercise in futility. So we have taken a decision that we will bring mobiles into that, and I think I'm talking ahead of myself. It's also in the report. We will bring mobile toilets as an interim measure, but connect them to a sewer system. What do you call this sewer system? A septic tank system, as a means of ensuring that there will always be a process of flushing that will also be happening. The third school is Relebohile. You would know that once this was also reported, it was declared an emergency and the site had to be relocated and mobile classrooms have been identified. Earlier on in the Premier's question time, there was something spoken about only 18 mobiles have been delivered. That was an initial indication of a response, but we are aware of the totality of the response, and we must be able to house the entire school. So it is the 18 was to deal with an immediate pressure, but we know that we must be able to address the entire program, as it were. When we talk about dolomatic areas, you will see, labona mohona lidi dots. Those are schools and areas that are, whether we like it or not, we can move the school from there, but that entire area that is in green is dolomatic. Whether we bring a school there in any one of those parts, a school that we will bring in there, we can bring it this year, but 10 years or so down the line, it may also sink. We must find a permanent, lasting solution to that particular area. And these are the areas I've spoken about Kamohelo Chair, just as a way to demonstrate that we have seen what it is that was spoken to about Kamohelo, and I have spoken about those septic tanks. This is what we found, and clearly, if we were to go into here, we would not be able to repair. And that is why we are talking about the connection of the toilets. If you look at the third last bullet, there is no intention to replace the learner's toilet block with brick and mortar structure, but to provide mobile toilets which will be connected to a conservancy tank. This is a septic tank, as municipal sewer system in this area has also collapsed. And that is the date, Chair, when we are moving. And this is waiting for the new financial year. As it relates to Hlangabeza and Badirile Primary, Chair, we also indicate the level of support that we have given. And I think it is part of the broader responses that we had spoken to about other platooning elements. Chair, we thought when we received these reports, because it was not only about Relebohile, it was about many other schools. We had to also, as the department, through our infrastructure section, say, what would be a lasting solution to these problems? But for us to understand the lasting solution, we had to understand what is actually the fundamental cause of this problem. Because if you don't understand the problem and analyze it correctly, you may correct what is being reported without necessarily knowing whether that solution you bring is actually a final solution. Chair, what we now know is that this entire area is built in a dolomatic area. Now, we had to understand, when you talk of a dolomatic area, dolomatic area is known as a dolostone. Now, somebody was talking about, you have geologists here. We had to go to our geologists and tell us about why is this area so affected. We found that there are dolostones or a dolomatic rock which becomes sedimentary. And it comes from And now I'll go back to my chemistry class. Calcium, magnesium. Labana herere Ca emetse calcium. Mg emetse magnesium. CO3 emetse oxide. Huh? Like carbonate. Huh? Carbonate. You see? Now, if you take that is chemistry. Now, those that are principal, when we take grade 11 and 12, they would know that equation, that chemical symbol. That is what is happening underneath. Maybe even here, there is some sedimentary rock. And what happens with this dolomite? It is a deposit, and when rain comes and water seeps into the ground, it begins to dissolve that type of rock, and it becomes loose. So when you had a rock, all of a sudden that rock has dissolved. And when it dissolves, what happens? If you build a foundation on, it will sink. So it means we're having a problem here that whatever that we do, the more we have rains, the more we will have water seeping into the ground. The more water seeps into the ground, the more we will get this rock dissolving. The more the rock dissolves, the more the foundations will collapse. So a permanent lasting solution must be found. And that is why the Premier would have spoken about the responses that he has. So, Chair, we were able then to say, with all of these problems, what then do we do as a department? We went to check the number of classrooms that we have, the number of educators, and we said we will relocate these schools in the appropriate time. The best thing is that we must relocate all of the schools that are built in dolomitic areas. Some of them may not have gone down yet. They may not have even have dolomitic conditions. I mean, they may not have sinkholes. But truth of the matter is, in another year or two, or in the foreseeable future, these schools will also go down. A lasting solution is to go to a new area. And through the disaster center that the Premier has spoken about, we hope that the engineering assessments that will be done will be able to give us a response in each one of them. Chair, we want to demonstrate that we had taken into account, and correctly so, we wanted to make sure that the problems of all of these schools are addressed, and that is why we are showing all of these pictures and the work that the department has done without going into details about it. There are some Gauteng, and we thought we must also bring it to here. It does not affect. We are also finding that because of mining activities in the province, these are some of the areas and towns that are also affected in this particular regard. And we are wanting to make sure that we address all of these. This would be the pictures that we found at the school, and we clearly are wanting to make sure. And you can see that this is a brick and mortar school. When it was built, we thought everything was okay, but little did we realize that under the ground there were those dolomitic stones, and you will see as a result that the piping system is already compromised in this particular area, and we are therefore going to have to finalize and move. We are working with the Department of, or the Council for Geoscience. This council is giving us a report for each of our schools so that even ahead of time, we may anticipate if there can be any potential sinkhole forming in the shortest period of time between now and the next year or so. And this will give us a sense of where we can then move our schools and learners in this particular area. And you will see in this case, as an interim measure, not a permanent measure, that we are investigating possible use of sports fields and local sports fields in some specific areas. And Chair, this, in our view, is what we are beginning to confirm and commit to indicate that the Department of Education has received the concerns of the community, has taken note. There are immediate interventions that we are making, but there are short to medium-term interventions, and in long term, we hope that lasting solutions will be found to these dolomatic areas that are affecting our schools. Ours is to make sure that all children in this community receive education, but education in conducive learning environments, and we will always endeavor to provide that as an initial primary goal. Thank you very much, Chair.
Relewile tlhogo ya lefapha ntate Mosuwe a ke re le motlwile baholo o re file a bit of an extensive presentation, 45 slides, which we will also share with the petitioners. But maybe let me open up to our petitioners to engage with the reports. You will have heard what the intended plans are, some of the immediate interventions. You may still want to suggest other things or might be worried about others. You are empowered to engage with the report. Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Based on the report, I just wanted to check with the department. One, the Tlanganani issue, according to the report, is not entertained because it's within the territory of the municipality. I just want to get it clearly. So the well-being of learners of Tlanganani by the department, it's not important. That is the competency of the municipality. That one, I just want us to get it clear so that we must clarify it. Secondly, the report is talking about some of the solution. When we hear the premier was clear in terms of time frame. On the 20th, this will happen. There are some solutions there in terms of demolition and other things. But the question is, can't we have a time frame around all that to say, first term, the end of first term is March, this will happen. The beginning of second term, this will happen. April, May, at least we'll be sitting knowing there is something that is coming. But if it's just a generalization, that's where the problem is. We'll say it, let's say for a typical example, Tlangabeza. There is a Belgian Tech report that declared Tlangabeza no-go area. That's the unfortunate part. But since 2019, even today, learners and teachers are compromised in terms of safety. I'm worried about that. Safety of learners, because the other side of Tlangabeza, when you get to it, even now is shaking. That's where the problem is. And the young ones, they are so hyperactive. There is no way that even if you can close them this side, there is no one who will go that side. So those are some of the things that I wanted to check in terms of time frames. If we can be assisted with time frames. Kamuhelo, the toilet, the admin toilet, the teachers, if they have to go to the toilet, is a problem. The one that has been sponsored, there is a problem also in terms of demolition. So the question is, when will we get a response in terms of time frame? I think that will assist us a lot. And then okay, let me just pause there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, maybe let's hand over to others if they also have any other inputs.
No, he has covered it.
You have covered. My brother, you are covered? You are okay. You are okay. The principals are they are accepting the report, but of course they've raised the issues around the time frames. Or if the department could just commit themselves to the time frames. But maybe as you respond, HOD, I also wanted to check whether there isn't an existence of a teacher stroke educator platform, which will then be used to interface, you know, on updates insofar as those interventions are concerned. It could be at the level of the district, but then there must be a feeder connect with the province, because those interventions are obviously going to flow from the province, so that we regularize it. You know, we don't leave it to chance, or the department will go to different schools to update them. But if you have got a creation of that platform, you will find that it makes you know, things a bit convenient and easier for communication. I don't know, members, do you maybe have any viewpoints? Any views before the HOD responds? Okay. All right. You may come in, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks again for the... I think let's stop the... We want to present ourselves as a department that cares for all its children. I don't think there is any... It would be remiss of the department or any of its officials at any one point that they would want to put the lives of any child at risk. And I think it's a commitment that you need, and when it comes from an accounting officer, remember, the accounting officer by law, once appointed, you have a responsibility for occupational health and safety. And that function is equally delegated at different levels. At the site of the school, the principal of the school is actually delegated by the HOD to be the occupational health and safety officer. And let's then appreciate the fact that principals of schools and SGBs would have then raised this at this one level. So that aspect, it suggests that there is something happening in terms of us understanding our mandates and responsibilities. And therefore, we would want to make sure that that particular element is well noted. The second issue, because the issue of Hlanganani comes in, and that, let us also indicate, Chair, maybe it may not have come out very clear because I was rushing through. We have referred all of these matters to relevant departments. Remember, the school, the ground where Hlanganani resides at the moment is government-owned land, but it is the custodianship of assets, government assets, does not reside. We are leasing. The Department of Infrastructure Development is the owner. So this aspect that we have spoken to has already been taken to the Department of DID. And I think it's important, when you say time frames, it would be important to then bring those time frames so that you then understand when certain things will. So we agree that time frames would be issues that we need to deal with. I asked the team chair about Hlangabeza and the geotech report. The GDE team seems not to have the geotech report that you are referring to, but it's a matter that we will follow up, because I thought it's important that we put it on record that it's the second time that the Hlangabeza geotech report is being referred to. We are not aware as we sit here, but it's a matter that we will take notice of. The last thing, Chair, is about the feedback mechanism that you are talking about. In fact, many a thing fails because there is no communication. And we will ensure what we have started through the disaster management, the disaster center that the Premier is operating. We will have a permanently residing education official who deals with infrastructure at that disaster site. And they will be our first point of contact for any other problem that we have in our schools in relation to the sinkhole management processes in this area. And we hope that that process will further help to expedite over and above what we would have been able to put in place, Chair. That would be our submission, Chair. But we can comfortably say that we are prioritizing this area, and it is these particular issues that we will want to take forward and ensure that they are resolved, so that we do not have a disaster. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So thank you very much. That is the secondary set of responses. I'm not sure whether there's anything that might not have been responded to, but at least I'm happy that we're now setting up that platform so that you can have a focalized, way of engaging on updates, as in, but also as in when there are other developments, So I think it gives us a bit of comfort. I'm not sure whether there's anything furthermore. You are okay. Members, are you okay with the response? Member Masoleng?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it is very important to actually share with the community here the timelines. We cannot just come here and, thumbs up or at least this community here wants to know, at least by when, even if you don't have, you don't know when exactly you are going to start, but when is the project, especially for the schools, going to end? For 2 years or 6 months, so that we know when we come back here, we hold those who will be, we will hold those who will be busy with the project accountable. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell you my sense on some commitments, which I usually have reservations on. And I agree, ordinarily you want people to commit. But the situation in Khuzong, it's a very unique one, which has got to be understood beyond the capabilities of department. Because if you take the Department of Education, you may not necessarily have a trained geologist. You deploy them to do an assessment. Your determination around the time frames may also include other set of expertise beyond the geologists. And the danger which might cause you to be responsible in committing, because you may well say 6 months, and you may find that that might actually be just the beginning phase of the process, And hence it becomes important for the community to understand why we're saying what will assist us in the interim platform way, where the educators or the management of our different schools in the area can directly be able to access any feedback from the department. And then you can also help in formulating how specific steps ought to be taken. Because much as we're talking about schools, the issue transcends schools. Because we also have got to be worried about the surrounding spaces. Because this is where our kids play, when they exit the schooling premises, Bazama in those very same spaces, So we can't narrow it down to only say no, but it's only about the schools. It must also tie in with the overall programmatic intervention that the Premier will have articulated. So it is only at a point where there has been an interaction with all moving pieces for this intervention to come about, can we then say to the department, give us time frames? So you don't want to be irresponsible in saying, give us them now, when there's still a bit of, homework to be undertaken, But where there's an unnecessarily delay, we also monitor on our part as the committee. But how far are you as the department, And maybe because we have solidified our working relations with these schools. So we went to these schools, we have solidified our relations such that whenever there's any shortcoming, at least they know where to find us. So that on your behalf as the community, but also on behalf of the schools themselves, because it's a question of the schooling community, we can then be able to say to the MEC of Education, Chilwan, your department seems to be moving a bit slow on these specific issues. You need to account. So I would want to think that we should approach it in that fashion, so that at a determinable point, we can then also communicate back to the community the overall action plan of how those interventions will be cost in those specific schools. Can we work with that arrangement? Okay, so we are agreeable. So the overall thinking and thought plan of the Department of Education, again. Okay, so that is how we are going to approach it. We are going to monitor it as such. I'm not sure whether we are not leaving out the other colleagues. Maybe, are they covered? You are covered.
Normally,
Members?
when I've spoken, Chair, I speak on their behalf. Chair, can I, with your, I think what we can commit to is to give constant feedback to the schools, because we interact and liaise with the schools on a regular basis. We will give them constant feedback on the progress on processes that have been established. Because that we can confirm, if we move from point A to point B, taking into account all the dependencies, we will be able to inform the schools, because as we indicate, I would have the responsibility of having OHS. Principals at local sites are OHS champions. So at that level, we will be able to give them that continual information.
What will assist us though in the immediate? You mentioned that there will be a dedicated person that the department will assign to the area so that they are full-time. Maybe if we can commit to when that person will be availed, because we also want to involve councillors. We also want that councillors, beyond the schooling community, councillors are also aware, so that if there's any issue, because it might not be daily that, certain schools will raise these concerns. We want them to be as active, So if we can just commit on when this person would be availed, so that we fulfill the expectation around what you have just explained about ensuring that there would be constant feedback. Let's take Member Masoleng quickly.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know the reason why the timelines, they are very important, because it was raised here on the floor. The disaster management was declared in 2002, and then it was declared again in 2011, and now the province is coming here again for the third time. So every project in a timeline, even if you don't give the community today the timeline, but at least go and work it out and come back to them and tell them, all at least by this time, project. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're agreeable, Member Masole. We'll go and do that spade work, come back to us on determinable and achievable, set time frames. Because we don't want to launch you. We committed to something when we have not done a thorough assessment of what it will take for you to intervene. Yeah, but like I said, if you can give us the name of the person, the designation, not necessarily the designation, when we're anticipating that this person would be deployed. I think for the time being, that will assist us, including the involvement of these councillors. Well, I'm not sure I'll be, okay, you want to come in quickly?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. Let's also note, Chair, that the HOD did indicate that a critical stakeholder is DID, which is responsible for the building of infrastructure of schools. So, as much as I hear and agree to the timelines issue, we need DID to be here as well. Probably as we amplify and get into tune with what needs to be done and the principal in your schools, we need DID to actually commit to the timelines. HOD, it might help all of us that we have a sectoral engagement with DID to respond to the issues of timelines, and that conversation and commitment be sent to the Petitions Committee for us to be able to do our oversight on. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope I'm not closing out any member, really. Are you covered, members? Yeah, okay. So there's a hand at the back. Ordinarily, how we manage this part, different from how we dealt with the first part, is that we only deal with petitions between the actual petitioners and the corresponding department, because we don't want to excite the community. Again, there are commitments which have been made. The petitioners have agreed to those commitments. There are certain things that we have asked the department to do. Again, then we'll give them a week. We'll only give you a week to give us the name of that person, so that we can also be able to empower, the schools to know where and where to report, and so that it no longer, the issue around the communication no longer becomes an issue. So my brother, for now we have noted you, but unfortunately we are not going to empower you to speak, because re tshaba re tla senya. Ko bofelong ke batla le ngutlweleng sentle. Ko bofelong we will still give you an opportunity to round up on all the issues that will have been raised. Remember, we said we are governed by a set of rules, and unfortunately, when you are in the sitting of the legislature or in parliament in Cape Town, so it's the same rules that are governing us. So re tshaba hore no re tla roba molao ka re ka o sane tlebele re supa ka matsora batho ba la ba gono le rana di meetings tsa bona. Again, so we essentially will have taken these three petitions. I get combine into one. There were three separate petitions, but we have combined them into one, because the report spoke to the very same issues that they will have affecting their specific schools. I get. Can I get a sense, because we are also due to break for lunch? From time to time, keep about unnecessary, and then we'll resume after lunch with the remainder of the petitions. So we're going to excuse you, the department. Thank you very much for availing yourselves and the responses. Thank you very much to our petitioner. Marukopana after meeting, where necessary, share numbers. I agree, HOD, so that if there's anything beyond what you will have raised, you can also just confer with one another. Don't be estranged. Thank you. Can we get an update? Where's Nombule? Or Sizagel? I want to quickly just check whether we can proceed or whether we should break for lunch. Where are they? Okay. It would seem we will have to take, because we don't have a sense of when lunch, we might have to take another one. Hello? What is fine? Yeah, but what is the arrangement? Do we sit in here? Is it going to be served whilst people are seated here? Or do they move out? What is the arrangement? Okay, so this is going to be our arrangement. You are all going to remain seated in here. They are going to serve you whilst you are in here. So we are going to have a working lunch. Ne? Maybe we time ourselves, we can say 30 minutes. It's now at 2:15, we resume. Ne? We resume. So we're only doing 30 minutes lunch, and then we resume. And then, yeah, we'll take the remainder of the petitions. So thank you very much. Lunch is served. start coming in, can we request that we conclude with lunch? We want to resume with the business of the day. So those that are in the dining hall, please start making your way in. And those that are outside as well, if we can just request that we settle down. There's still a number of petitions to be considered. We're going to start. Ne? Those that are not inside will find us along the way. Because if we wait for everybody, we are agreed that we're going to start at 2:15. It's now 26 after 2. And it's a Friday, I get it. So we really want to conclude on time. So let's make sure that everybody is inside. Those that are coming from outside, so that we uphold the decorum of our meeting. So we're going to take the next set of petitions. If you can just read out who the petitioners are. So we're going to take 3 at a go, because they are also raising similar issues, which are service delivery issues. We're going to take them at a go and then call the relevant authorities. Is Velemina is the one that you were talking about?
What is that?
Run West. Serious.
Yeah, serious.
Is she here?
No, I'm just seeing, maybe the councillor is still here.
Okay. So, me Silas Ugoga, me Velemina Silas. Is she here? Ina.
No,
She has left. Councillor Sikoko guy. Councillor Sikoko. Councillor Sikoko guy. Also not here. Go guy. Go Forgeville. Go. Eh?
Okay, yeah, she's good.
Okay, man.
Okay, na Velemina, Honourable Velemina, ki cancel, sila cancel. Oko Forgeville.
Wena Sikoko mo. Oh yeah, I think we were a bit confused, but yeah. So the person who's raising this petition might also be a councillor, Velemina Silias. But unfortunately, it seems as if she has left, isn't it? I think it's the lady that I was introducing, MPL. Oh, new MPL. Might be a new MPL because I know all these MPLs. But it's okay. Maybe let's keep that one because she isn't here. Otherwise, it might be a bit futile to engage on a petition whose person or whose author is not here. So I suggest that we take the other three. So we're going to take 3 petitions at a go. The presentation by the Premier set us back in terms of time. So we're compensating for time. Ordinarily, we take petitions individual. But looking at the time, we may not have the sufficiency to take each of them individual. Otherwise, we might leave here after 5. If we're to do that, I'm sure you will be exhausted by then. So let's take the 3. Bring it closer.
Thank you, Chair. May I request Mr. Mzwandile Maila. Mr. Mzwandile Maila in this delegation. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah. Chair, Mr. Mzwandile submitted 3 petitions: lack of development, Kutsong, overbilling, Kutsong, and lack of basic services, Kutsong. Lack of basic services, registration number PP30B0916LO. The petitioner is Mr. Mzwandile.
Just wait. If you can flag the petitions, they are not flagged. I know are very handsome, but don't show us. Show. We want you to show the actual petitions. The actual petitions. Who's managing it for us? My brother. Where now, Garagachigo? There we go. Not the agenda, the summary. Yeah. So this one we're going to skip of Celia's. She's not here. Razazanta de Maila.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Lack of basic services, I would have read the reference number. The petitioner is Mr. Mzwandile Maila, an adult male. submitting this petition on behalf of the Committee of Extension 2 Kotsung, Carltonville, who alleges that there is no service delivery in their community such as electricity, water, and sanitation. He also alleges that he reported the matter to the local municipality, but they are still waiting for responses. Chair, the petition was referred to Merafong Municipality for investigation and reporting, and to the Portfolio Committee on Cogta of Human Settlement for oversight in 2016. The second one is lack of development, Kutsung. Also, the petitioner is Mr. Mzwandile, submitting this petition on behalf of the committee, that there are no high-mast electricity poles in their area, which results in rapes and killings of women and children. He also alleges that the majority of street lights in their area do not work as a result of not being maintained. He further alleges that the area does not have proper tarred street and that they have a number of occasions requested the local municipality to assist, but they are still waiting. Chair, the petition was also referred to Merafong for consideration and responses. The third one is overbilling Kutsung. The petitioner is still Mr. Maila, submitting this petition on behalf of the community, who alleges that they are overbilled due to leaking water pipes in the area, and further alleges that he informed the municipality about the overbilling but did not receive any response. Also, Chair, the petition was referred to Merafong for consideration and responses. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so those are the three set of petitions authored by Ndate Mzwandile Maila. So Ndate Maila re tlo kopa, maybe before then, let's get the corresponding, I want us to get the corresponding authorities or departments on this specific one. Who is responding? So let's get who has been designated to represent Merafong. Merafong, and then maybe even Cogta. Because some of these things may transcend the municipality, because where there's a mention of electricity, Merafong obviously is not an energy provider, so it might transcend the municipality itself. Okay, so we're settled now. So, as you will see, the community is a petition. A petition. Ronarle committee rakopan, radishaya badi petitions. We go through them one by one, line for line. Again, then we deliberate whether this petition is raising substantive issues that warrants any intervention. If we are agreeable, then the first line of a causing for the resolve of that petition is that we refer them to the relevant department. Again, so we would send to Cogta if somebody says general service delivery issues. The reason why we do that is because Cogta plays an oversight role over municipalities. And then we also send to the stated municipality. So in this case, Merafong, we also send to them, one of your residents has registered a petition with us. How are you assisting them? And so normally we give them the first 20 days with an addition of 10 more days. So overall, get 30 days I get it. That is how we deal with our petitions. And then there are instances where we feel, all right, petition, it's a bit contentious for us to just deal with it internally. Maybe go these specific areas. Let's call these petitioners so that we look into their petitions in the presence of the relevant authorities. So as you will see it, you have got COPTA, you also have got the municipality, again, to respond to the 3 petitions that the Mzwandile Mahila has responded to, again. But I must also indicate, on a daily basis, we receive an avalanche of petitions. Avalanche, again. Anything between 20 petitions to about 80 petitions a day, just on one day. So at times, the receipt of such a number of petitions also affects our turnaround time to consider them. I get it. But we still follow through. So we prioritize, we follow through. And that is why we usually go out to communities so that when we deal with their petitions, at least they can also bear witness to them. And that is why our MMCs, our MMC is still here, Chief Whip? They're still here? Okay, wonderful. So, Ndate Mahila, those are the summaries, because it's not 1, it's 3, of your petitions. Agree to go to where? Okay, wonderful. Re kopa gore o confirmela gore ka nnete di na le bonnete na a hona mo re changetseng or a hona ntho e re lebetseng so that re kgone go tswella pele ka yona.
Chair, thanks very much, Chairperson. I think you forgot to mention the issue of the willy beans and also the long grass. And then to remind you, Chairperson, you remember in Mohali City this issue was raised, and the promise was made by the honorable member that was designated to represent Merafong, and then the promise was made that I will receive a report within 30 days since from Mohali City. As I'm sitting here, I've never received a report, Chairperson, that I wanted to put to your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll just have to correct that part, okay? So that it's also reflected, we don't miss it, but also apologizing. Like I said, ordinarily we strive to make sure that departments do respond within 30 days. But there are instances where somebody says, "Ke applied the RDP. It has not yet been delivered." Then Ronari go department don't worry. That they might apply the RDP house. It has not been delivered. Then the department says, yes, we can confirm that he has applied. But we are waiting for a rollout of new RDP stock so that we can allocate. So you will find that the turnaround times usually go far beyond the 30 days. Or somebody may say, we want a new school or a new clinic in our area. Then we go to the department or a community go plugging a so clinic, because they have to travel beyond the 5-kilometer radius. The department ordinarily will say, we have done an assessment, yes, there may be a need for a clinic, but we don't build clinics as the Department of Health. We must first instruct the Department of Infrastructure Development, give them the spec, they go out on tender. So you can imagine bureaucracy, it takes a bit long. So it delays the resolution of many of the petitions that we have. I get it. But from time to time, we do follow up and try to update the petitioners where we are. So we must apologize that Mahila for that. So maybe having stated or having confirmed with that correction, that must be effected. We are going to request the department and the municipality. I'm not sure who amongst you will go first. Maybe the municipality, because you are the immediate, platform of a contact, responder to the issues that Maila has raised. I'm not sure whether you have recorded them. Maybe RD flag, Rabatla, Lidibo, Nager. When I screen you can't see them. So that ready sequence. I want us to really sequence them. Water, sanitation, electricity, and then the second one, issues of crime which have been raised. It would have assisted if we also had community safety, so that we also speak to programs that you are introducing. So there's a range of those specific issues. My worry would maybe our Jesus screen is one. Yeah. Oh, that they Sipo is assisting there. So thank you very much. Who is from community safety?
Here, Chair, is the HOD and the municipality from COCTA.
Yeah. But community safety from the municipality, who is there? Is there anybody, Chief Whip? Oh, so the you will talk to everything. I thought maybe you also wanted to focalize it, but it's okay. If you will touch on all aspects of the petitions, it's still okay. So maybe you can go on.
No, Chair, thank you very much. As a way of introduction, my name is Lesedi Mary. I'm currently the acting municipal manager in Merafong, seconded by COCTA. I'm with the acting CFO, Mr. Dlamini, also seconded from Provincial Treasury. I'm with Ms. Moyo. She will be speaking on issues of infrastructure and service delivery and LEMI. So this is a delegation from the municipality, but Chair, I think we'll appreciate that these issues were raised in 2016, even though there are still, some of the issues are still relevant in terms of service delivery in Kuzo. We've addressed some of the issues, and some of them have been overtaken by events, because as they were reported in 2016, a lot has happened since then. But I'll allow my colleagues to come in, and it's not in a format that has been prescribed. What we did was that after we received the petition, we made a representation, not in a presentation format, but in a narrative format, which was submitted. Unfortunately, it was submitted yesterday. I know that there were problems in ensuring that it goes through yesterday, but we've submitted our responses in terms of the issues that have been raised. But without wasting any time, I'm going to give to the acting CFO to speak on the issue of billing, specific to the house that has been mentioned, but he will also speak broadly about billing in the municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, Rabatla, let's unpack them for us. You are essentially speaking to the report. So that in that is all the more wiser around what some of these interventions are. I get in that the
Correct, sir.
Okay. So if you can do that for us. Thanks.
Thanks, thanks, Chair, for the opportunity given. I'm Malusi Dlamini. As the has actually said, I'm the acting CFO seconded by Provincial Treasury. So our response to this issue of I will only speak about the overbilling. Our response is actually in two phases. I'm going to talk about the billing in the municipality as a whole, then I'm going to talk about the specific issue. So basically, the municipality actually reads the meters on monthly basis. This is to make sure that we do the our figures are actually accurate. So, but having said that, we do from time to time encounter problems or challenges. Things like you'll find that some of the houses within the municipality, they've got vicious dogs, some are closed, some they've got meters inside the yard that our guys actually cannot access. In that case, we do actually encourage our communities to actually come to the municipal offices with their reading, and also we have actually experienced a large number of theft in terms of meters. It could be because they are made out of copper, and there has been a high demand in that regard in the black market. So coming to the actual issue itself, after we have actually received the petition, an investigation was actually done. The petition says that there was an overbilling due to the fact that there is a pipe leak in that actually results in this overbilling. So I would like to explain that if there is a pipe leak before the meter, that doesn't affect the meter itself, and it is also the responsibility of the municipality to fix it. And then if there is a leak after the pipe towards the house, that will actually affect the meter, and unfortunately it is the responsibility of the house owner to actually fix any pipe leaks. So what we actually suspect in here, this household in 2018 applied for an indigent register, in which, as part of our policy, what we did was we wrote off an amount of 13,736 because they did qualify to be indigent. And then our indigent policy states that it actually lapses after 2 years. So someone that is actually qualified to be treated as indigent, they need to come to the municipality every 2 years for the municipality to actually verify that they are still indigent. And 3 months before the lapse, there were communication, and there was a letter that was sent to the house in which there was no response. So automatically, if the municipality doesn't get a response after numerous communication, the indigent status actually lapses, and it actually revert back to the normal status. So what we suspect is that on February 2020, the indigent status of this said household actually lapsed, and then they were billed accordingly. So we would like to assure that at Merafong, at large, there hasn't been an outrage to say that there has been an overbilling. From time to time, we will get our communities that will come, actually inquire about their account, and we will explain that. That is actually the normal day-to-day, not to say that there has been an overbilling that actually one has actually here in terms of Joburg, that the system has actually malfunctioned and it has actually said it has actually overbuilt or underbuilt communities. In Merafong, there hasn't been such. So you will find that from time to time communities will come in complaining and need clarity in terms of their account. So that is actually day-to-day normal functions of the municipality, and we do assist our communities in this regard. So in terms of this household, as I said earlier, that if the leak actually, they suspect that it affected their billing, unfortunately, the responsibility is up to the house owner, because it would have happened after pass the meter itself. So I will end there and I will be guided by the house, by the question.
Okay. I want us to deal with everything. Beyond just the overbilling. Like I indicated, there's also there's other two petitions. And the first one speaks about the general state of underdevelopment, you know. Maybe just to enthuse the petitioners, if you could speak about what are some of the programmatic interventions that you are making, because it is a petition, it has got to be responded to. And then there's also allegations of no service delivered, you know, in respect of water, sanitation, and the likes. And I think the last one speaks about, and that is why I was asking whether there's somebody from community and safety, you know, in that you don't have high mast lines. We're not sure whether there was a need assessment done for there to be high mast lights in the first place, but there is that submission. But also an assertion of rapes and killings of women and children. I'm not sure how prevalent the situation is. Otherwise, it might require a differentiated approach where we interface with the law enforcement agencies. And then there's also the issue around the non-tarring of the streets. And that this is something that has been hanging for some time. And so the community is not understanding why is it that their streets have not been tarred. Or maybe there may be specific streets, and that the Maila will speak to that. So if we can just speak to all the facets of the three petitions, and then we'll give in that the Maila to make his own representations as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. The MM has already indicated I'm Nanjaja Mamoyo. Within
Maybe just hold on, I want to check because we may actually undermine this point. Or that are you not in need of translatory services? The introduces batho ba le ba translate go morao. A le ba tloki. Le gono e utlwa. Okay, you are comfortable. All right, thank you.
Okay. I will be talking from the infrastructure development on issues of service delivery. The first petition I'll respond to is PP 30 that talks to electricity public lighting in Khuzong Extension 2. Chairperson, if I may indicate, Khuzong proper, which includes Extension 2, is being supplied with electricity by ESCOM. However, the municipality is responsible for provision of public lighting. As it is The municipality currently has the infrastructure of high mast lights, including the ordinary street lights within the area. The issue that we have is regarding the maintenance. We are currently being attacked by constant vandalism in the area, not only in Khutsong, throughout the municipality. So the municipality is struggling to keep up with the maintenance in terms of reinstatement. If I may also indicate, as one of the challenges of the municipality is what the CFO has already alluded to, the issue of payment levels. From all our townships, we're getting a fairly low payment level, which affects the ability of the municipality to provide these basic services. But there has been, from 2017, there has been a maintenance operation in terms of fixing the public light. From last year, when we set for the same petition, when we came back, there was a program that was designed specifically for fixing of public lights throughout the municipality. Unfortunately, it could not unfold last year, but as it is, we were confirming with the MM and the team yesterday that there is a tender that is currently on evaluation on procurement stages that is due to assist with the public lighting in various areas. It is on a quotation basis. The high mast light, the Khutsong Extension 2 is going to service, to benefit as an area that has got high mast light service. It's specifically meant for maintenance of high mast, not ordinary street lights. If I may move to PP 31. Actually, the public lighting was on PP 31. PP 30B is about the general provision of services. The municipality is providing water and sanitation services, including road and stormwater, in a form of capital projects and routine maintenance programs. If I may indicate, there's various different different financial models that have been utilized in Khutsong Township for development of projects. The biggest project that we had from 2017-18 financial year, which was completed last year, is the construction of a reservoir in Khutsong. We also have projects from Water Services Infrastructure Grant for provision of water and sewer network projects. We've got a number of roads projects, of which there's an indication that there are no roads specifically in extension to Khutsong. Chairperson, we've got a business plan that was approved by MIG to the amount of 665 million. It was approved in 2015. Then 2015-16 financial year, we started implementing the business plan. As it is, we've completed 7.9 kilometers of roads in Khutsong throughout the Khutsong proper township. But to be specific on extension 2, there's been 2 projects that we have implemented out of that business plan. It is still ongoing. It is not being implemented at the pace that the municipality wants, because when the MIC grants gets allocated, there's different components that the municipality needs to look into. It's not focusing only on building of new roads. I will end it there, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we still have not responded to this issue of crime. I'm not sure, MM, whether you would come in on it. What are the plans how are we intervening in that space? Because when somebody writes a petition and says there's a prevalence of women and child, killings and rape, it sends all the signals flaring, It worries us a great deal. Maybe the petition doesn't offer specifics, but it would seem as if it's a prevalent thing, raised by Ndate Maila. But because it's an individual petition, I can only think that this may be as per his observation around the totality of its prevalence in the community of Kuzo. Maybe you may want to speak to that, so that we get a sense. If it's something that we may still need to look into, maybe let's manage it in that fashion. But yeah, let's get a sense around our responding to that part. Thanks. Sure.
Thanks, Chair. As we respond, let us at least show that we want to assist the community. Can it? I could, CM, I could bring it back to the gentleman that responded about the water leakages. I'm a consumer now. My bill comes, it's high. I know nothing about pipes before the meter and pipes after the meter. Nothing. And let me tell you, I was a councillor in COJ for 21 years. And of that 10 years, I was an MMC for Joburg Water. I can tell you that the story that you are giving now is not what is contributing to billing. It's not. Being a politician, I understand very well how the billing system works and how do we link service provision and billing. But I'm going to Ndate Maila now. Ke ba Ndate Maila, ke sa ba councillor Mfiku. Hore nna, I don't know if my pipes are leaking. I did not even, the question that I could ask Gore, how did you determine that there's a meter and a pipe after the meter? Did you send people to go check the leakages? Because we can't assume, we can't give answers when we are assuming that this is what is happening. As well, as we amplify the responses, there's a direct request about services in the area. We can't be talking about a business plan, ma'am. That you did not take the residents through. A business plan is a year-long plan that is apportioning the budget. And in the budget, we are a municipality. There is a service delivery implementation plan that says this is what we are going to implement. That has timelines as well. And in the SDBIP, it tells you where to implement the projects. That is what they want to know. We don't have roads at this particular. So you can't say we've done 8 kilometers of roads at a different place. What about their area? That is what the petition is about. It's about my area, not somebody's area. And you were given the petition. You have the petition. So, understanding that some of us are from local government, so we know what you're saying proper. So, ask Kadlala in the game. Thank you, Chair.
All right, maybe let's afford you an opportunity to respond, as well as just speak on the other issue of community safety overall. So thank you very much.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. And maybe the limitation is that we've not submitted, maybe Honourable Member has not received our response, because we are specific to say in extension 2. These are the roads that we've been able to address. I mean, there's Ring Road and there's Churcher Street in extension 2. So the petition would have spoken to say what is happening in extension 2. So that's what we responded to, Chairperson. On the issue of billing, I would have heard the CFO saying there was an investigation that was conducted in relation to the specific case. where he was just speaking in general terms to say what are problems that we generally have in communities, Chair. But he addressed the issue of the house number to say, this is what happened in 2016. It was established that, and he gives the evolution of what transpired, the issue of the indigent, without necessarily repeating what he said. But we thought that we were specific. If there's further information that is required, Chairperson, I think we can make that information available. The issue around community safety, appreciating the responsibility of the municipality in relation to safety and security, which is SAP's responsibility. And correctly, as you said earlier, Chair, that we must make sure that at night there's adequate lighting in our communities, so that SAPS is also able to do visible policing. And within the structure of the municipality, our community safety, unfortunately, is constituted by traffic cops. So we don't have these people who would be able to assist us with some of this. I'm speaking Merafong. We've got traffic officials who are helping us with. So for law and order, we usually call on SAPS to assist us with some of the issues. So that's where we are. I think we'll share this report. It was sent through, and it's speaking to specific issues that relates to the community. Thank you.
Okay. Ndate Maila, that is the response. Does Kokta want to come in? Let me just check. Do you want to come in?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to all the members. Chair, maybe let me say, Chair, on the issue of community safety, let me say that with the Premier's announcement, as we are conceptualizing the disaster management team for Merafong, community safety will form a key part of that work. So maybe the committee must allow us to come back once we have established the site, because we've identified the site, we're doing some operations on the site. As from next week, the teams are starting to come in. I would want the community safety team in the province to work with the safety team in the municipality, but also in collaboration with the South African Police Services, so that we can come up with a comprehensive plan. Because it appears that there is, if crime is in the one area, if the police go that side, it starts somewhere else. So you need a comprehensive plan to deal with that. So I would ask, Chair, that you allow us to establish the site, and with the community safety department, we'll work with the municipality to look at that. Also from a service delivery perspective, Chair, the department do monitor the municipalities. So whatever you raise here, as we monitor the performance of the municipality, we'll make sure that some of these areas are also tracked by Kokta. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Ndate Maile, do you want to maybe engage the report you presented?
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to start with the...
In any language, I think
okay.
They'll hear you so that you are comfortable.
Okay. Mfukala ke ngubaba Dlamini. The issue here overbilling. Chair, 2014, the former acting manager, Mr. Sitiso, when we spoke to him, he promised to scrape all bills esinazo. Now today, Mr. Dlamini is coming with another picture now, to another story, overbilling in us understand. But la, for example, in the case Babu Umlife, Babu Umlife is a pensioner and is owing Masbala more than 200,000 a bill. And I'm happy that the Kokta is here. Since 1999, Babu Kokta. Babu Umlife, akazange is owned by somebody else. And then this issue raised you later the time. Yeah. Manje
I just want to, I just want us to be well guided. Ntate Molefe ke mang? Is he here?
no uyagula ngeke akwazi pension.
Yeah, you know what I want us to do so that we don't generalize. I want us to focus on what you will have written to us. Because the limitation is that if we speak about Ntate Molefe and he's not with us,
okay,
it might create a bit of a difficulty in that we don't know what his issues are and the circumstances, you know. So I would be more comfortable if you say, with the petition that I wrote, these are my issues, so that the department can then respond to that. And then we also agree on a follow through, you know. Then government, which is the municipality or the province, can come in when they do their in bizos or mahotlas and speak to the more general issues. But we're not about to focus on the petition that you gave us.
Chair, the petition, it was raised after we talked to the former acting manager. And then here, what Tembisa got in writing, they will scrap all as bill is. And it is, I scrap you anga chairperson. Isenjalo. Mangibeka nje kuwe clear. Sikhulume naye waresponda ngo 2014, i-date lana bezi 18 February 2014. Zi-10 namhlanje March sithola enye impendulo from Mr. Dlamini. Then ngiyadlula lapho Chair. Street lights, Chairperson. Umem la moyo ukhulume nge-street lights bazifixile, Chairperson. Ngisayiphinda la nto bengikhulume eKrugersdorp eMkhalesithi ukuthi itenze ku-street ayisebenzi street lights, and then eKutzon South asinayo i-high mass light ewo 12 nezinye ward except Old Kutzon. And then the issue futhi yokuthi balungise street lights especially eKutzon South lapho kuhamba khona abantu zibekelwe nje lapho ngihlala khona indlu, then istrata sona kuhamba sokuthi mawuya elukuzaneni ukwazi ubona, because sayenze example sithi guys sine abantu abasebenza eShoprite abanye abasebenza kuphi eRima restaurant bafika late, at least makhona high mass light ukwazi ubona isigebengu from a distance. Ngayenza example eMkhalesithi ngomama oze warapiwa bekhona utshani nje into ende nje yotshani engakhathwa singazi why ingakhathwa. Then today i-response sithola ihlukile kunala response besithola the time bengimamele elentweni eKrugersdorp. Now ngiya confused, I understand what is going on here. Street lights zone ziphelela nje lapho hlala khona ezindlini estrateni azikho. And then kune power station Kutzon South zi-building nje ngaphakathi leza zinto zakhona azikho, bezingagadiwe bezihleli nje zizodwa zinganakiwe, community ya reporter yanganakwa mangaya laphana i-building nje empty ayinalutho. Ewo 12 building nje power station ihleli yodwa, dololo leza zinto zakhona zangaphakathi, mawuye Kutzon South extension 4 hleli la lokuzana nayo dololo ayikho leza zinto zakhona. Mawuya eWard 1 nakhona i-station i-building nje leza zinto zakhona ezogesi nazo phakathi azikho because bezingagadiwe nazo. So izinto esizamile ukuthi siziraise nabo and then sangathuli nempendulo lezo ezisizwayo namhlanje zintsha endlebeni zethu, ezinye zikuyakhulunywa ngazo kodwa ke practically hayi azikho on the ground. Bengicela ubaba akhulume ngendaba reservoir baba uSikhenjani a respond ku issue reservoir.
Okay, thank you very much, Petty Chairperson. There is one aspect I think I must bring in your attention. As much as the indication in provision is about Ntate Maila, we were in a structure when submitting. Basically, the report from the municipality, I say Benzi. Yeah. So I reject. Conditions of 2016 remains the same even today. There is nothing that they have initiated in terms of addressing issues as a road. And one of the problems is it because our area is dolomatic, and the response was that if there are no tie roads and there are no storm drainage, the place becomes affected and the formation of sinkholes become effective. Now the municipality, through you, Chair, the foundation of this petition, it's whether the municipality is responsive to the Constitution. This matter is the matter of a violation to the Constitution. Now, I just want to bring to the attention of the chairperson that though they respond as a community, their response, we rejected it. We, as much as they are planning, we are not engaging on planning. We are saying our area is devastating. And you have failed, number one, Section 195, to be accountable, public administration. It's a violation of Section 24, right to a safety and healthy environment. The municipality, in the context of the legality, the municipality, it's violating the Constitution. And anyone who goes against the precept of the Constitution is committing an offense. With regard to the reservoir, Comchair, the reservoir is established in a cave environment. Soon there will be sinkholes that will emerge there. Sibuzile Comchair, which your tech report, Kumaspala. How do you approve in how a vulnerable reservoir? And there are financial implications there because the project might call up and they have to go again and request another amount. Now, all we are saying, Comchair, that we are bringing to you, is it right for the municipality to violate the rights of its citizens? Now, Comchair, we want to make an appeal to you. When the legislature intervenes in this regard, it must give us, it must be explicitly so. Is it about upholding the Constitution? Or is it about the normality of the response from them? They are unable to execute their constitutional mandate, Comchair. When we stand by our rights, we are not in a complete defiance. Section 153 of the Section 152, object of municipality. Hence, we have the petition, we are subject to the Constitution. Our municipality has failed to provide a constitutional responsibility. That is the main thing. The appearance of the CFO and the MM, I reject it by virtue that they have got less than 5 months in Merafong. What are they going to say? Whereas the director who was articulating now has more than 15 years to 18 years responding to the one issue. As municipality, this is what we want. Municipality is not accountable. We are appealing to you that municipality must respect the Constitution. Thank you.
So thank you very much. There's dissatisfaction with the report. And so I want us to come to a way forward, you know, so that we're all agreeable. But I also wanted to check, and maybe other members may also want to come in, whether, so the issue around the water meter reading, because in the report it says every month there are those readings, isn't it? But have we caused for an assessment of consistency in the reading? Because you know, you may be in office and having deployed people. They may eventually resolve to do estimates. Because obviously in covering an entire area such as a Kuzo might be a bit of an onerous undertaking. You know. So number one, I think this is where we might have to, you know, investigate, you know. it might be unbeknown to yourselves, but you may find that in practice, that is exactly what happens. Because we had a similar situation in Swan, where they said, no, look, we've got a schedule of these readings. But on closer inspect, we discover that actually, the people who are designated to do the actual meter reading usually don't do it. And they base their reading on estimates, which causes a lot of these inaccuracies. So we might just want to look into that. Then there was the question around fixing of some of these leaks. Let's take it that these are leaks which are outside. We know that they would then be attributable to the municipality. What are the turnaround times for fixing? Because there might be a case to be made when somebody says, yes, there is a leak outside my yard, I've reported it. It has taken over a month, and it obviously implicates my water consumption, you know, and obviously the bill that will come at the end of the month. How are we mitigating against this? And obviously this will be dependent on your turnaround times for reparations. And yeah, you know, the issue around ESCOM, it usually helps, and I think the community by now understands, or there are certain categories of municipalities which may not necessarily fall within the purview of those that may be able to provide electricity direct, but also are consumers of that service from ESCOM, you know. But at times through COCTA, it does assist to demonstrate that there are interactions trying to resolve a specific issue, you know. So that we don't just put it forth and said, look, this is an ESCOM, a problem, we're insulated. Because ultimately the municipality must assume responsibility for coordination, you know. So if those will have been stated, you will have found that it at least educates the community on your role and the limitations thereof, so that they also have an appreciation of that. I wasn't sure. I think I had a part where you said you are going out on tender to appoint people who are going to maintain only the high masts. Is there a specific reason why the street lights are insulated from that arrangement? Maintenance thereof, because it lends itself on the issues of you know, perpetuation of crime. Because obviously, when it's not well illuminated, I get it's also about barata lifif. It's also I get it's on a ntse di tsama mo di khabotong tsa rona re dimile mabone. Barata lifif. So if there was an all-encompassing arrangement, you know, for maintenance of the street lights, I think that would have also assisted a great deal. I also want to come to the issue around the promise by is it the MM? I'm not sure whether you were there in 2014. You went there. But there's an assertion, eh? Kena MMO.
No, Moyo was
Eh?
there. She was
Or successors in title.
No, she was there. She was the director.
Oh, Mama, no, they went.
Yeah, was a
Yeah,
director.
but was she the MM?
She was a director.
She was a director.
In the very same portfolio.
Oh, so maybe we'll speak to that, you know. Whether there would have been any action to sort of actualize on those commitments, if ever they were there, you know, if ever they were there, because this is the submission that Bontate Mahila are making, right? Let a promise or you are going to scrap, you know. What were the requirements? Because ordinarily in government, you don't do that willy-nilly. You know, you don't just do that willy-nilly. So what would have been the dispensation in Merafong such that you came to the resolve that you are scraping all the bills? We needed to understand that part. And then the issue around road infrastructure, where are we, you know? Because Ndate Mole says major parts of Khuzong have not been touched. And I wanted to check whether that is wholly accurate or whether there's any work that you will have commissioned for tarring. If so, what is the project, the content, you know, so that we have an understanding across the board. What interventions have been costed towards that end. And then lastly, the issue, because there's a very serious issue that is being put forth around the total failure of the municipality, you know. So there is that accusation, all right? The municipality has just about failed in executing its constitutional responsibilities. Of course, one of the responses is that when in those kinds of instances, number one, the electorate are empowered because there isn't any better review mechanism than the electorate, you know, such that when you go into an election cycle, when you come to the conclusion that a municipality has failed, whatever political party associated with the leaders of that municipality, you then easily remove them. I get it. So that is about the first of the interventions. But I also want to test it with COGTA because at least we have got COGTA. You know, what has been their own observation as an oversight, you know, body that looks into performance of a municipalities. Because what we do know across the board is that a number of municipalities are in an ailing state. And one of the reasons attributable to that is the inability to raise revenue or generate revenue. So you find that they compensate with the grants which are allocated because either our own communities might not, you know, pay for services or services are not coming on time. So there could be a range of issues. So maybe COGTA will then clarify us around what has been the observations, what are some of the interventions, and what are some of the problematic areas, you know, so that we get a sense around the overall thought plan around how to push back against some of the stubborn challenges which have been presented today. I want us to do that so that we can then come up with the way forward. But for me, the way forward is that where there are challenges, and members who may come in when you feel like it, where there are these kinds of challenges, it's going to assist us to be much more proactive in interacting with these constituencies, you know, through councillors. And, you know, I tend to get a bit worried when our councillors are not saying what are the plans, because I thought maybe councillors would also. Who's the councillor in this ward? Kana hoto giving Baba Mai. What ward?
No.
Ward ma?
Mina Ward 12.
Ward 12.
The time we raised this problem, Chair, I was staying at Ward 7.
Okay. So let's take the 2 wards. But who's the council? I get what departing from where you resigned was starting from there. So that is the premise.
MMC Mukhali no 14. By then.
You are in 14.
Kulma go 14. I get to Kulma back 14. Sugala go 14. Sugale.
Okay.
This thing.
It's okay. Who's the ward councillor there? In Ward 7?
Ward 7, Ward 12, Ward 4, Ward 3, Ward 12.
Yeah, you know where my challenge arises. And that is why earlier on I wanted to caution when we referred to Ndate Molefe. Different wards are delineated and they've got different constituencies experiencing difficult and yet unique set of challenges. I get it. But when we speak in general, then the petition must also give an indication. All right, this is a group, and you will see it in our own act, Petitions Act. If it's an individual petition, we treat it as such. And then if it's an associate petition, where maybe you are meeting with concerned residents of a different wards, we'll also treat it like that. But if it's a group petition, then it's also going to be accompanied by a number of signatures, so that we then say, okay, this is a group petition, it's representing a body of people who are signatories. Yeah? The challenge that we have is that if you look at how your own petitions are structured, it is as if they are speaking about an area where you reside. Yeah? And hence our request to the municipality and court was specifically around where you reside. You see, so it gives us a bit of a challenge, because I wanted to also check with the council, because when we say there are all these failures in the ward, it also implicates the ward council. Has the ward councillor at any given stage raised these issues? Because the councillor sits in council, in municipal council, isn't it? To raise the specific issues. So what would have been the observation of the ward council? Mo councillor okay? Ke ward ma? 7.
7 is she's here.
Sekhakweng o teng? ML. Are you aware of these issues as affecting primarily your ward?
Chair.
Sure.
Maybe quickly to request all the councillors who are here to come to this site so that it's easy to access them.
Oh yes.
All the councillors who are here to just come to this 2 rows. So
Larataba. Earlier on in the morning, that is what I requested.
Yeah.
In the morning, I requested that all councillors must come up front.
Yeah, they are here.
Or about where Takumrao.
Yeah, they are successors in law, even though they were not there when the petitions were written. They must respond.
So let's get a sense from the councillor in Ward 7.
Good day, Chairperson. Yes, I am aware of the challenges that the complainant is talking about. Thank you.
Raise them anywhere? Has there been any intervention? Have we followed up? What has been our posture insofar as these issues that have been raised?
In an actual fact, yes, we have raised them. More especially the issue the HIMARS lights. So, yeah, we have. So, progress, it's a slow process. So, I don't know. But actually, we have raised them.
Okay. So the councillor in a way does confirm or there are these challenges specifically in the ward. Specifically in the ward. Again. So I've raised those specific issues with yourselves. Maybe you can quickly respond to them. But before I do that, let me check with members. Member Masole? Member Zagango? Member Tong?
Perhaps let us hear the responses of the councillors on the issues that were raised, because I think she's very short in answering the questions. They raised many questions here, but she can only answer one question.
Yeah, I don't want to overextend the petition. Otherwise, it's going to be a dangerous thing that we do. Again, the petition premises on when that the Mahila resigns. It's only now that, as he presents, we're getting to appreciate Uwaga Kutsong as a whole. But in our petition, the story is somewhat different. Again, so because we deliberated on record in the legislature, we want to focus specifically on what in that day Mahila has raised as pertaining to where he resides. If I write the petition, and then I submit it with the legislature, when the legislature refers, the expectation is that they are going to report on where I'm residing. They are not going to extend it to Ward 30, 31, 19, which might be in Mamelodi. I come from Harangu. Otherwise, it might cause a bit of a challenge. Unless if it was delineated as such, or the affected wards are the following. You see, if that was the case, we're going to expect that both the municipality and Kokta respond to. It would have, in essence, been the whole of Kutso. We would have said, report on the state of Kutso as a whole. You see, we would have easily said that. Sure, that the Mahila quickly. Yes.
Yo, Ugutambo rectify this thing. I even told Uguti, these issues raised in the petition, Uguti is affected the Kutong, Old Kutong, and then Uguti is affected Kutong South Extension 4, Kutong South Extension 2. And then we agreed, Chairperson. And then when Nigana get directives, Uguti, the honorable member must give me a report. Kutuzenza ngalezi zinto. Chairperson, yabo.
Yeah, what we had guided in Mukhali.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, maybe before you come in. What we had guided in Mukhali, and I remember quite vividly. We said, well, we hear you. And on the occasion we had again came on a specific issue. Then you extended. And we advised that if there are other areas that are affected, please generate an addendum to your petitions so that we can link them. But that has not happened. So again, we find ourselves sitting with a petition which supposes that you are raising it from where you reside. You see, remember now we can't assume. It has got to be on record. So that even when you are not happy tomorrow, when you want to hold me accountable as the chairperson, you can say, Chair, I've written to you, it's on record. You see, but when a petition limits itself, it might be unfair also to expect that the response is a cross-cutting. Because how it's presented is how we're responding to it. You see? Because there, if you look at it, it speaks about extension 2, Kutso. You see? It's even limiting it to a block and not the entirety of the ward. You see? So our anxiety is that if we allow all of a sudden to say, let's speak about general issues of Kutso, it means it requires an in-bizu. We must get every single department in here. We must get all the departments of the municipality in here. The reason why we called only a few, and we even extended ourselves, right, let's also get the municipal manager. Ordinarily, we'll just the right to the department. But we said, let the municipal manager also come. We instructed him. You see, we instructed him. So that is my anxiety, you know. So that is why I want them to just zone in on the issues that you have raised as relates to the area that you have identified in the petition.
Chairperson, still, noba singakhuluma nge-area ngihlala kuyo. The fact remain lezinto ziyafana. Ziyenzeka yonke indawo. Ayizuchinja. Leakages ikhona e-Ward 12, leakages ikhona e-Ward 2, wonke lama water ama leakages akhona. Ne-sewer problems ikhona. Nama lights ngikhuluma ngawo ama high light akhona. Zonke lezinto sikhuluma ngazo. Ziyafana.
Yeah, no, I get you. It's okay. But as long as you understood the principle. Yeah. Or when they respond, they are responding to you on your own experiences. We are not overextending. Because when you say they are all over, there's a danger there. And I don't even want to defend the municipality. But the danger could be that we are overly exaggerating the situation. You see? Which may not necessarily be the case. But the only time that we are going to know whether you have not exaggerated it, it's if there's something on record for us to say to the municipality, hey, Batumbamudim, speak to all of what is happening in Kutso. But for another one, not empowered. Because what empowers us is what you have written to us. Also, lawyer, when you go to court, a divorce matter. Midway, you can't say to your lawyer, hey man, sensali issue ya skoloto se le motagwa nkolotang, sensali ya ntlo. It must be on record. You see, so that we are able to empower you to the best of our abilities and hold the municipality accountable. Sure. That day, I have that chance, and then we get the response.
Yang zumnikeza baba. Ngiyavuma ke. Uzo highlighter kuzo raise issue yam. Why since from 2015 ngakatholi i-wheelie bins yokuthi ngifake idoti. But i-bill mayiza lapha yang charge.
Yeah, they are going to answer to that. That is exactly what we have asked them.
Okay.
Yeah, I want us to be a bit brief. You know, let me tell you ordinarily how we manage these things. Only 4 types of petitions. I have mentioned them. Again, individual, associate, group, and collective petitions. So when somebody writes a petition individual, we take it like that. You see? Unless if somebody says, I am writing on behalf of the people who have signed. You see? But snacks in allowing you to also just support it. Yeah? So maybe let's just be brief and register that point so that we allow them to respond.
No, Comchair, I wanted to bring one thing only
Okay.
into attention. Yeah, the person, Comchair, who was supposed to help on these issues, that was speak as a kumaspal. Lo hleli phezulu apha kuni. Kuyena umuntu ozazi ingxaki zonke zalapha. I'm surprised now he's there and he's not in a tough grilling, so that we can question him. May we please request to you that he join the cabinet, because there are directive questions that we submit to him.
Why would the speaker? Why join them only so that we respond? But we raised a number of those issues. Can we quickly just take them? And then we come up with a way forward. Let's quickly respond to those issues I raised. Estimates, turnaround times for fixing the ESCOM issue, energy. Has there been any interaction? Maintenance plan. What is our plan? So it's one thing when we say there's vandalism. How are we actioning? How are we deterring, criminals from stealing or vandalizing these street lights? The commitment to scrap, the issue around tar roads. If we can just also speak to them quickly.
Thank you, Chair. The question, I will answer the question that says, why are we only doing, why are we only on the process of the tender for fixed mast lights, not the overall, inclusive?
Speak to the mic because we are struggling to hear you.
Okay, Chairperson, on why we are only focusing on high mast lights, not the entire street lights. It is budgetary constraints, Chairperson. Sitting down, we've got an existing data on all the street lights that we need to fix. So in terms of prioritizations, we looked into that. High mast lights are in 2 townships, which is Khuzong and Gogos, and they are able, in nature, they are attending to vast areas compared to the individual street lights, which actually needs more budget because it's throughout the municipality. On the issue of roads, Chairperson, I was giving the background on business plans approved. Actually, what is happening since 2016-17 financial year, every year there's a roads project being implemented without fail. since 2016-17 financial year, on each township, we split the budget in every financial year. This current financial year, the road that we are currently constructing is an extension to in the area that has been petitioned. So I think to be more transparent on this, I will invite the petitioner who is not a stranger to my office. He does come to my office for some service delivery issues. I would invite him to come, that we sit down and perhaps relate to him the history of us constructing new roads in the municipality, particularly in Khuzong. The issue of the promise to scrape off the bills in 2014, I will request that document to be shared with us, particularly the CFO, so that we can have a look, because there are processes in the municipality whereby the bills do get scraped off through the indigent subsidy processes. So we would like to have that particular document so that we can relate to it. I have not seen an instance whereby an individual consumer will be written something, but in overall, there will be a finance document that says out of approved indigents with a history of debt, then we are as council, we are resolving to wipe these off, and then they start afresh and be monitored to consume within the indigent allocations. Chairperson, I think I will end it there, but I will want to stress it out that we actually develop a better relationship with the petitioner, which can make the life more easier, because some of these things are being done, but it's an issue of communication to the consumers. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So essentially the scrapping of the bills is directed only towards indigent, those that qualify for the indigent exemptions. Is that what you are saying? Okay, CFO.
Okay, through you, Chair. The scrapping of yes, it's part of indigent, and also those that are non-responsive debt, we do make a provision for those ones. But also speaking to the actual issue itself, as I alluded earlier, that to be specific about the date, in 2018, February 28, a council passed a resolution to scrape 13,735 on this house that we're speaking about as part of the indigent policy, right? But the councillors of Merafong has actually extended the hand to the communities to say all those that are indigent should come and actually register. So that is actually out there to the communities. Now, you also, Chair, alluded to the fact that at what state is the municipality on? So to answer that, it's not a secret that the municipality is cash-strapped. That is why the councillors wrote to Culture as well as Treasury, and we were deployed with the acting municipal manager to try and actually stabilize things here. To give you a picture, because one of Obaba actually alluded to the fact that we cannot meet our constitutional mandate. Just to give the House a picture, in Kutong, we can only recover 5% that we actually build. And then in totality, our collection rate is sitting at 50%. Without having to go further, you can see that the trail is actually derailing. So it's actually difficult for the municipality to meet its constitutional mandate fully if the collection rate is sitting at 5% in a place and at 50% in totality. So in as much as we engage further, I want us to actually have a picture, to say yes, in as much as the institution, we have challenges, but we need to sit down and actually, as the people of Merafong, to say yes, this is the problem, how do we get out of it? And then also, as I said, I will actually extend a hand to Ubaba to say if he's indigent, he can come to the offices and actually vet him, and then if he is qualified to be indigent, he will be registered as such. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So seemingly, communication becomes quite central, but also the active role of councillors, so that we transmit this information. But we also need for one that the Maila, Skanja, to organize themselves so that the entire process of interactions is well structured and organized, so that there's a greater appreciation about the status of the municipality and how best you can cooperate with one another to cause for necessary interventions. So there shouldn't be any distance. My reading of what is happening here is that there's also a bit of distance. Whereas if the situation, Chief Whip, was explained to the residents of the different constituencies of Merafong beyond Kuzo, it might have mitigated these anxieties that are there, And maybe road shows even, visit different areas to understand what their issues are. Earlier on, and I wanted to see her after the session. She said she's from a rural community. I forgot the name. What's that mean? Well, I'm sure the numbers are. Yeah, we'll get them in the register so that we follow through. Because when somebody says I'm suffering abuses at the instance of Matuba Mala, I got it's a problem, It requires us to be proactive, go in there, but it also requires that the community is also organized better, so that we can then be able to facilitate the necessary interventions. So members, I don't know whether you are comfortable. We obviously are going to expect that the municipality descends and give us the actualities on how you are resolving the issues that the Mahila is raising. I know you spoke about you spoke on the issue of the tar roads, or they are being rolled out, but we don't have the time frames for when, so that we don't leave it hanging. And then you also spoke about the high mass lines, or you are going out on tender. When are those contractors likely to be appointed? So that the Mahila knows how well high, or maybe a week, 2 weeks from now, or okay, this is the status of these interventions, Or are we ka issue ya di bill? Check him against the system. Does he qualify to be declared an indigent? But you must follow up. They say you frequent their offices. What is his status? Can he be exempted? From all these exorbitant bills. What is the process? So that we guide him through that. Those specific initiatives. And then the issue around crime. I really think we need to do more on that area. And all it takes, beyond just the street lighting and so on, is to also define campaigns. The municipality needs to run campaigns, where different stakeholders are involved. Like the CPF, You tie CPF, SAPS, the municipality, you know, councillor, you have got ward committees here, isn't it? Ward committees, the councillor, all of those stakeholders, they meet under one roof. Ntwa crime, unfortunately, is not going to be only resolved by law enforcement agencies. It's not. Because often at times, the people who are perpetuating these crimes, you see, so it requires that there be a meeting of the minds, a point of convergence, you know. So I want to appeal that the municipality leads these initiatives so that it invites the participation of all of these stakeholders. You define it, crystallize it into an actionable framework so that instances where there's a gender-based violence, rapes, hijackings, you can also feed. Remember, national, even at the level of the province, the security cluster meets, and then you are sitting with a Remolua Kokta. If the issues you think they transcend yourselves, here, Kokta can also elevate them on your behalf, isn't it? You meet with the MEC or the HOD of Kokta, or hey, raise this issue so that they are elevated, so that there can be specialized teams which are assigned to come and do necessary surveillance by crime prevention programs in this area. And that is all that needs to happen. Otherwise, if we say, they, what about Swaran 12? Cash in transit during the day. They bomb it during the day. They are brazen. You know, criminals nowadays are brazen. They steal copper during the day. Bargain the cable. They steal it during the day. Next to a police station. You see? So we really need to be proactive in how we respond to those specific interventions. But fortunately, the Premier will have also introduced another interventionist program where they are deploying safety, what do you call them? Safety officer, something like that. There's a massive program. I wonder whether the people of Merafong applied for that program. The wardens, yeah, safety wardens, isn't it? That program cuts across all the areas in our province, meaning that even Merafong is not insulated from that, you know. So we really need to follow up. How are we heralding that process so that we are also assisted from a provincial level, but also national level, so that we are at least able to combat, you know, the rampant manifestation of a crime in a Kuzo, but also in the outer environs of the areas of Merafong. Yeah, so I want us to leave it at that. But I want my report. Today it's Friday. So all of these things that I've spoken to, I want the Chief Whip a comprehensive report. Where's the Chief Whip? Yeah. I want the comprehensive report within 7 days. It's reasonable, eh? 7 days. 7 days.
Monday to Sunday.
Yeah. When you are a public service agent or official, there's no such thing as working days or no working days. Rebecca around the clock. Saturday you work, Sunday you work. So by next week Friday, I want my report. We are also going to serve Itunda de Maile, Linda de Skenja. Again, when we are not satisfied, we summon you to the legislature. I've got powers to subpoena people. I subpoena the Premier. I subpoena MMCs, MECs, HODs, DGs. And when you don't appear, it's an offense in law. You know that. I want them to show it to you. Can you project it? Project the Petitions Act. When I subpoena you, you don't come, you can go to jail. Or you can have an imposition of a fine. You can go to jail for 12 months. That is why Premier, give me it. O tlile mona o tlile ya sha. Or ya beta chief, mo ke mo mmerogong. Mo ke mo mmerogong. So, I was at the beta. I get it. So thank you very much. Oh yes, maybe let's close with that point.
Issue of Philippines, Chair.
Of what?
English. Thanks, Chair. This is an important part in the mail. You said that the municipality is not doing its constitutional mandate, and it is infringing on your rights. Do you know that with rights, there are responsibilities as well? CFO says he's collecting 50% because you guys are not paying for services. You're not paying for services. I buy mine. I think I'm getting dialogue now. What I'm saying is, as you want and demand water, you must pay for it as well. We have a responsibility as consumers of that service to pay for it. So we have a responsibility to assist the municipality by paying for the services that you are consuming from the municipality. So we demand our water, give us our water, we must pay for it, so that they can add the services that you're getting. And when we pay, we're assisting him to do his job. So I say, thanks, Chair.
Okay. So, thank you very much, Member Mfikwe. I like about to repeat that. We must also be responsible as citizens of the Republic, pay our due. Ndate Maila, do you have any last words as the petitioner?
The issue of Willie Beans, Chairperson. The issue of Willie Beans. Dustbin.
Willie Bean.
Dustbin. Since 2015, Chair.
Okay. We're just going to acknowledge it. It doesn't form a feature. You didn't talk to it. No? Is it there? Okay. I might have missed it. Maybe let's get a quick response on it. Willie Beans.
I got confirmation that you'll get it. He says he's got 150. So
I am a
Oh, sorry, Chair. So sorry. I just got confirmation that we do have them. Let's provide. I think let's get a sense of communities that do not have, so that we don't only deal with him. So I think from our side we'll advertise to say that we've got number of. But we will give to him first.
Yeah, I get not dealing a petition, not dealing a general. Redila. Ndate maila kena rukwaletse. So urukwaletse uru batla wili bini rukobale mufeng wili bini. Ager. Lo mufa yona ne. Monday. Ndate maila. Ofa namba kama sa ufion. Umfonele ne.
Sure.
Yeah. Otherwise batla itlisa ko legislature. And then ba be ba drop a lo kuntu. Ager. Korba batla batlo mpontsha yona ko legislature pay. Before I isa kuntu. So that I'm sure. If they don't bring it on Monday, you call me Tuesday or Wednesday. Or they must drive all the way to Joburg to come and show it to me before I go. Why you dragon?
Sure.
Okay. So yeah, but maybe let's popularize for those that are affected. Let's go into the community so that people know those that are affected by that challenge.
IT is not reflecting it. We have it there. We've been asking them. Maybe it's you asking.
I wanted you to flag the Petitions Act, because when I subpoena people and they don't appear, it's a crime. I wanted everybody to see. You can't flag it. You are aware? Okay. They are saying they are aware. I thought you were not aware. Somebody dared me and I did it. You know how much they had to pay? It's a lot of money. Otherwise, they were going to go to jail for 12 months. They thought I was joking. One person who thought, no, I'm powerful, I belong to this organization. I said, I'm going to show you a lesson. I'm also from the same organization, but I'm going to teach you a lesson. Then the court said to that person, you must pay. They've paid that money. So thank you very much. Let's move on to the next petition.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm just going to place it on record. It relates to storage system in Rand West. Chair, the petitioner left indicated that she's got other commitments. However, Chair, I must place it on record that the municipality submitted a report.
Oh yes. So that's the first petition we're supposed to have dealt with earlier, Velemina Silias. Unfortunately, we are told that she had to leave. But Rand West is here. Where's Rand West? They were here earlier on. Rand West Municipality. Because we wanted to acknowledge them, or they came when they were called. I get it. But unfortunately, when we said the petitioner has left, I think they also left. So we're going to skip that one.
Chair, through your guidance, the last one that we have, it relates to sinkholes, and my understanding is that...
Let's present it. Let's present it. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
Can we present the one on the sinkholes? Me Gezu guy, me Gezi. Me Susan Gezi. Are they? Okay. So this petition, I wanted you to see it. Nage ke batla lo tse lo reng batho ba di bona wa bona. A ke batla re ke bue le ra mara motho le na matha ka rona. I want you to see it for yourself. Where is it? Why are we struggling to project? When you leave, unfortunately, we can't consider that petition. And it's alone. Cancelanga window guy. Yeah. Wonderful. So petition ne? Just read it.
Thank you, Chair. It's sinkholes Kutsong, PP 05B0821LO. The petitioner is Mr. Susan Gezi, submitting this petition on behalf of the District Committee of Kutsong, Carltonville, who alleges that the entire area of Kutsong is full of sinkholes, which is a man-made natural disaster that is negatively affecting the community. As a result, she alleges some of the residents were moved to temporary shelters at commando camps for soldiers over a decade ago without a permanent plan of resolving the matter. She further alleges that the area which is mostly affected by this man-made natural disaster is Ward 08, as most of the houses have had to be demolished or have sunk into the sinkholes. She therefore requests for the intervention of the legislature. Chair, the petition was referred to the premiers and also to Merafong and Human Settlement for consideration and investigation. Thank you, Chair.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, next I think my car is being stolen outside. But they are saying there's something happening. So that's why they are calling me. But it's not an issue. Nobody can steal that car. They'll surprise themselves. So that is the petition Megezi. Again, she's essentially speaking about the devastating effects of the sinkholes across the spread of Kuzo. which is what we think as the committee will have been adequately been addressed by the Premier when he addressed us earlier on. Or a government does have a thought plan, because you know this issue of the sinkholes, you can't have individual responses by departments, because one department will say, I'm representing education, another one will say, no, not human settlement, another one will say health. You can imagine how chaotic an approach that might be. I get it. So the report that we will share with Megaz in the Denkabin is the presentation by the Premier. And just before he left, I said to the Premier, you have engaged the residents of Kutsong, you have assured them, or this thing will be a thing of the past. As the legislature, we are also going to hold you accountable for your own assertions. I get it. So it will be a continuous thing up until they resolve, or cause for the resolve of the issues of the sinkholes. But bear in mind, because Mama Gezi Mole says this is a man-made disaster. I agree in part. In part, it is a man-made disaster, because there's a underground mobility, and that is why when the Premier spoke, we even suggested to him as the committee, Mukuru Tamar, we also want you to engage the mining houses on their activity. So it's not only just the rain, but the movement or defragmentation of the bedrock is also exacerbated by underground movement. So the Lozelen Tatole Limutilo Ijodina was sedimentary rocks. Sedimentary rocks, calcium, magnesium. Na ilozene kana lora ke sedile mo di chom fela, with calcium, magnesium. They are also caused by movement, the destabilization of the underlying bedrock. Yes, it doesn't assist that the whole of Kutzon rests on a dolomatic, plain, revisary plain. Again, so they are not as much stable than other types of rocks. I get red A, pedal A, B, and so on. So I did a bit of soil science. So I know these things of sinkholes, so we want that as you go back, you say to Megezi, there was a presentation by the Premier, and there are a number of commitments which were made, and that the committee on her behalf will follow up. Marabatla as the councillors to be more proactive, so that where you come across instances of something that might later develop as a sinkhole, register it. And maybe that the Premier announced that there's going to be a dedicated portal or office that is going to interact with the residents of this area on reportings on all sinkhole developments. So, because there are no more petitions. But as I promised, I said we can set aside about 10 minutes. I know members are going to fight with me because they are coming from far. I'm also acknowledging that we have got our MMCs, so they may also assist me to respond to other things, which may not necessarily have came through the petitions system. So I want to take no more than 5 hands. 5 hands. It could be somebody who says, how do I submit the petition? How do I enroll it? What is the overall process? Can you assist us to also look into other issues beyond the sinkholes? I get the sinkhole recovery. Yeah. So beyond the sinkholes. So that Lerona as the committee, as we revert back in our deliberations, will then be able to guide you to generate petitions which will empower us to follow up with the relevant departments and hold them accountable. Yeah, utlwala ke re baholo. So I just want to take a 5 hands, just like we did it in the morning. So there's already 5. Okay. So if there's more hands, we reduce the time. Ne? If there's more, we reduce the time. I was going to give you 2 minutes each, but if it's more, we'll make it 1. I get it. So let's start Linda Demole. On number 1, yourself. You can put it down, number 1. Number 2, Daddy with the glasses. Number 3, Daddy next to him. Number 4, Number 5, Mega Sporty. Khaitsedi mo pele mo. O tla nna number man 6. Ke 7. 6. And then 7 go morao ka ntwe read, and then re ke tse ka mona. Me 8 9. Okay, re feleletsa ka mme mo 9. Just a minute each, because we must also release the service providers. Number 1.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Gauteng Legislature. Also, thank you to the municipality for responding. My name is Ntigele Longokuhlwa. Chair, I just want to appreciate this time. We are so grateful that you came. This session, the first one and the second one, actually has been so helpful to us, all of us. We've learned so much in these past 2 sessions. I hope we have learned as a community. Today, I think in Tatemaila, we have learned so much that how do we do petitions, which is very much important. And thank you very much to you, Chair, and Miss there for guiding. I mean, if it wasn't of you, I think Tatemaila will be under the bus. But I also believe that the municipality have learned, because it's so disappointing that the municipality could come with so many numbers, yet not deliver. They were found to be wanting, they were found to be unprepared, they were not even sure of their story, which is so disappointing. So I hope you've learned, municipality, when you come to this, you take us seriously. Because your presentation there, your responses and so forth, it made, you don't take us seriously. Chair, you said reassure. How should we wait? But these are important issues, these are important matters. The municipality must take them very seriously. But their response, it shows they were so casual, they didn't take this seriously. They didn't even know their story. CFO, man, bakfage under the pass in jail. Now you responded simply because you were there. MMC, I mean, you responded just because you were there. So people were supposed to give information right about the matters, because the matters which were raised by the community are genuine matters. These are genuine issues. So let's take them seriously as the community, take them seriously as the municipality. You are correct, Comrade Chair, when you say we must work together to find solutions. So without working together, we cannot find solutions. Unfortunately, Ikutsong is outlala ibolile ngalendlela iyo, because ibolile bakaishu. It's not even a joke. It's not even fun.
Okay.
Ibolile re a leboga gagolo.
Ole wile na number 2.
Dumelang. Lebitso la ka ke nna Clement.
Re kopa ba ba tswang. Let's ka lebala hore these gadgets must remain behind, ne?
Lebitso la ka ke nna Clement Mokomo. Ke dula hona mona Ward 18. Ke dula Ward 18. Chair, I'm so happy to hear you. I want you to repeat this. Councillors must hold the meetings with the community. I can share with you. The councillor of this ward, since he take the office, he has never engaged the community. I love it, you are going to do so. Chair, how no ore rona, but to ban by the petition, wakaba bona fel. I'm so surprised, but how na taba. Rona ba tumo tropo, how tsebe taba tsa go. He re na le sello ntate mo tropo. Kaena billing. billing potholes. Ke a leboha.
Re lebohile number 3.
Siyabonga. Chairperson ngoku ukwazi ukuqhuba ilokhuze i-meeting. I'll just say 3 things. Ubungazazi okufanele ukuthi uzazi. You must know them today. That abahlali base Merafong, it doesn't mean that they don't want to engage with the municipality. Mina ngingumange sine committee ebizwa ngokuthiwa MCR. That committee MCR, Merafong Concerned Residents. Si approach umasipala, the MM bekade ikhona acting MM umuntu omhlophe. Sathi kumasipala, we want to assist you with the billing system. We want you to work with us. We want to bring money into the municipality. That we started in 2019. It was a joke. They thought we were joking. Uma une problem komasipala, we, particularly myself as a chairperson, we assist, we take people to the municipality and make arrangement, which is affordable one. They pay municipality. From us as a committee, we put more than 300,000 to 400,000 komasipala. Tina bahlali balapha edrobheni through the MCR. And then inkinga ekhona abafuna ukusithatha serious abaphathi bethu esibavotele ukuthi si engage nabo. I'll give you the dates. I won't be long. Ngay first zika February this month, we wrote a letter of request to meet with the MM. We personally went there, and then we are always being told that the MM is busy. We wanted to, we are talking now with the new MM. Ukuthi sibazise ukuthi who we are, what we are doing. Abafuna ukuhlangana nathi. Ngay 21 zika October 2022, we had a meeting with the community. The community raised their complaints, then we took all their requests and complaints to the MMC. And they mention MMC Usifaku. And then the MMC sent the manager from her office. We met with her, and then with him, then we gave him all the things that was raised. Azange ahlangane nathi, akafuna uhlangana nathi. And then we again on the 25th of October 2022, Sambisi request for ISA MMC, because what the people requested, they wanted a road show. Uguti bazot aqiselwa uguti, if you have a house in town, what is it that you are not allowed to do in a house? Because abantu bazakhela izindlu manje lapha edrobheni, and then they are being overcharged. The last one, I have a person who's been charged 27,300 for 15 months. Same, I mean, imali abamcharge on. Masimbuzo, why are you charging these people so much money? Just because he's got a room, the back room. So what we are saying, if you go to court, you committed an offense, you get charged, you get a fine, and you pay it once off. But this person, he's been charged for 15 months. If you take 23,700 for 15 months, that's equal to 355,000. I have a copy of the person.
You know what I want to do, that because you raised the one thing repetitively. I want us to set up that meeting, or instructing that meeting be set up.
Thank you.
So that all of these issues that you are raising, we are going to do it on Monday. That the speaker, Chief Whip, you are going to assist us to get relevant people. I'll come to Carltonville once more on Monday. Again, there is what we call the rapporteur system. So, yeah. So on Monday I'm going to be here. I want us to agree. And 10. How's 10? 10? Speaker? Where's the mic? Do we only have one?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to have a different suggestion, but that seeks to address what you are saying. I wanted to make an appeal to the community member that the submission, even if I can get it today, and I will treat it as a petition, that is what I normally do. I can treat it as a petition, all relevant departments that will have to respond. I organize that, not later than next week, so that you don't have to come, but before the end of the next week, we give you a response.
Yeah, let's still get it, but I want to come.
No, it's fine.
Let's still get it, but I still want to be part of the meetings, because this is an organization of residents, isn't it? Merafong Consent Residents, MCR, you said. So want to meet with, but maybe between today and tomorrow, let's get the actual, so that over the weekend we can also satisfy ourselves of what issues are there, and then work out solutions to them. So if we can get that, and then we can confirm. So Monday, 10 or 11, Chief Whip? 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. So 10 o'clock, I'm in Carltonville. We'll try to resolve those issues. Let's go to Mama. Yeah, I think we'll determine the venue. I'll determine the venue that is workable, and I'll advise.
Dumela, batho ba Merafong. Ke nam LC Tamle van Omokutso. Ke o mongwe wa matlwale ne go Velfordina Mancha. Selo sa ka se seng. Ke la ka di storm water. Pula haina ka Christmas ne re keletse ke metsi mo matlong. Gona le metsi a tswang go 5 a tlolang sport a tlo kena mo matlong a la go 5. A gona storm water, a gona ditrata mo re fileng teng go extension 6 Velfordin. Ntho ke lelang ke yona fela e ntate. Re fumane matlo a matle. Fela ntho e ke lelang ke metsi a ditshila a tlang a kenela mo matlong a kopana le pula a kena go matlong a batho. Bene bongata ba rona go Velfordin ke bo mme fela gone o ntate ke bo mme santse ba tsofetse. Ke kopa net a re ka thusa ka taba ya storm water go ba re kenyetse ditsela le di light street light. Ke fela mo
Ya utlwala mama. Lo ena re tlo thusa mama re batla re ro guide on how to submit this petition, so that you empower us to follow up. So I've got a team. Memo sorry. Mama, maybe just to get details and then we guide her. Mama gyo lumrao na. Otla emisa letso. Let's take the next one. Date Mosotho.
Bengari ga dumedisa. Ke bua tjenana ke batla ho kwa go dintho tse bontate ba di buang le bomme ke taba tse ntle tse monate. Empa ne ke rena haeba batho be le go supitsang bona ba sa phete mosebetsi wa bona. Le ba fa tšhelete hore thusang batho bana ebe bona ba ja tšhelete re lo la homa. Ho bane dintho di a beua mona hore no re tlameha go etsa ha o so tlameha o etsa o tla iswa office nyena o kene o yena ha o sana le tšhelete o ya o so go le ke lenyo ga o sa tlo etswa. Jwale re batla utlwa gona re tlalla ho mang go bane re bua tjena nthena ya go khutsong ye welang a se ntho qalang tsatsing le ke ntho ya gudala tšhelete re a utlwa go di atswa ha di ka ta o tswa bona ba le ba ka pele di hlelang ho bona ke ba di robotsa ba le bang. Jwale rona o ndote tšhelete e tswile ha o tsena e feletse kae go bane tšhelete e fihla e a saenelwa ke mang a saenetseng tšhelete. Jwale ha e fihlile yeno a e saenneng yelo a iseng yena ha tshwarwe ha sa tshwara o tluwe a ntshe tšhelete eno gape re rekise ntlo ya hae e se go ba palo ka rone mona e bentse re saudi mo le tlase e tswa tono mapesa o bane le hona le tjena ke bua tjena o bane le nna gale ke matha le ngaka pitlele dipampiri ke tsena di file ke di tshwere ke tlameha re be ke na le ditokelo ho ya ka molao ke ntse ke nyolosa le tsona ke a phans phezulu ha ke tsebe na ke a ho mang ke ka hona ile an romella hore ke tle mona ho lona ke lone ba tla araba la bone ena ona satla a re ba re no ka je kulina ha ella bohlano ke bangene jwale ke lengenile ke se ke kopa le biso la masipala re nna le ena re le makhotho pele re ka betsa di face re makhotho a bolele gore na o renga bophelo ba ka bophelo batho ba bangwe batho ba bangwe la jele jela ha o ka etsa la mistake e tshwana le etsetseng ha ona motho a ka nyola sekolo se ke wetseng o so ke ntwe nzima one double manning mme jwale lona le tlamere le lokise baholo hle ha ke re meng ka maoto re thusaneng hobane le fule teng re tsamaya di mama bitla mala khutsong ha se nna fela phela mola khutsong mme ke a le boahle modula stulo a motle ke kopa betsa bowlara go hlonolofatse ditaba tsena le
re ne re nyame moya mane wa re tsosolosa
monga di a khabane morena o
le re Mosotho
teola moya khase a dura a uelele ha
o tlile mo lefelong le le loketsweng o tlile in the right place so re tlo di sheba dipampiri tseo akere skwa tsa mare sa di sheba re bone hore re ka thusana le wena yang akere re kgone tlhabana botlhale go bofelong akere re le wile re Mosotho a re tse ke number mang 7
che igama lami ngu-Owen wankabinde ngibukuthanda ukubonga ubaba ngokuhlwa lwena mme wakamuna Verfrudin. Che, we have a very serious problem in Verfrudin. We are one of the highest payers community in Verfrudin while we don't have services. Che, when you go to Verfrudin is very dark, but we are paying bills. We are paying on behalf of other communities. I cannot mention names. Chair, we have potholes. It's not even potholes, Chair. Imigodi lesnayo laphan. You understand? Ngapha mawudlula i-railway line to indlela eya eTlexkral. We've been complaining about this. It's been years. We've been promised that province is doing something about this. Chair, I wish to invite you, even today or now, just to take away a drive-through to Verfrudin and see the kind of treatment as itolayo from the municipality while we are paying services. Once you don't pay for 1 month, they come and cut your lights and water. But we don't receive service from this municipality. It is very disturbing for us, Chair. Please, can you take a resolution now, or not? No. But Tibos, council. Council has been promising, but is not delivering to that ward. Ward 12, it's a mess. Chair, please come and visit. Thank you.
Agora what's a speed demo? Kana urileke ma?
Owen Kabinde Bab.
Owen Kabinde.
Yes, Chair.
Do we know whether these are municipal or provincial roads?
This was a provincial road, but we've been promised year in, year out that the province will come and fix that road. Yes, sir.
Maybe come up front. Fortunately, in our committee.
Yes, sir.
Renali chairperson of the portfolio committee on roads and transport.
Thank you.
Or the MEC of roads and transport accounts to him. Again, so ke batla mo fe di details tseo ke ntate Greg Schneeman go bofelong amon.
Okay.
E tla go pele so that you give him.
Ke itumetse Oliphant. Ke a utlwagala. Yes. Nakalina ke itumetse Oliphant. I come from Wedela Township. It's a township that is based within so many mining houses that are gone, and we have elected another leadership. And to a point that Wedela as a whole, the dust that we are breathing every day, we have actually abducted a culture that says, let us not complain anymore to municipality because we are not being, our complaints are not being taken seriously. But now I would like to emphasize on the issue when you said that yourselves will meet with mining houses. Can you also emphasize that these mines that we only have hope to can actually assist us? Because now we are briefing this dust. When you wake up in the morning, you see dust on your windowsills. It is not fair. Because now they are sitting, the municipality is sitting with these mines. We have actually established a structure that is called community engagement structure last year. And confidently so, the community of Merafong voted and elected for members who are active in their respective areas to go and actually fight for their communities, to engage with mines better because we have felt that municipality has failed us. To this day, we are still struggling to be authorized and be taken seriously. Can you also emphasize that in your meetings that mining houses should take the community of Merafong very seriously, so that we don't only allow them to sign for mining rights only, but we don't benefit from them? Thank you.
No, my sister. And I think this is what we shared with the Premier. Where you speedily need to arrange an interaction with all these mining. Unfortunately, issues around the issuance of licenses, they happen at a different terrain above the province. So the Premier might have to impress on his counterparts at national. Yabatoba has got implications on the environment, in Kutso. So it's something that we may just need to follow through on it. Let's take a memo and then we'll move on to the other side.
Ndata chairperson o buang ke dikeledi diane ne ndata chairperson ke a utlwa go builwe kaofela dikgang di tswile nna sello sa gona ke se senosi sa me ke se ke llang ka sone ya ka re buarela ka masepala wa rona ha a re thusi ko sectioning e ke dulang ko yone metsi a kena from ka den room e lotswa ka kitchen di bethe di tlala metsi west part eleng gore a re masepala wa rona ha re consider rona re ka patala ya
ke extension man
ko hot 2 ko phase 2 mo Khutsong re lakatsa go patela ya ka gore go te re patela ra lakatsa go patela mara re kubile ko mosebetsing re tla patela jang re sa bereke ha o tla kwa masepala di gate di kwetswe tamile o rome o neletse ma security tšhelete go kopa o mpatelle mo metsi di gate di kwetswe ha o kopa go bua le mamang mme o batla bua le councilor Disebo for an example what I know ke ntse appointment le nena o ke ntse appointment ene motho ha ayo o go cancel meeting several times ke tla ke re ke tlo batla bua ke bua fela di ma security mo masepaleng wa rona o rona re dulang re mo votela every year go votiwa o yene o nkubileng ke tlamile ke patele metsi no yana I can't pay metsi because of ha ke bereke bana ba feditse dikolo ha o sumula kena kwa masepala sa pele go bua Maxhosa sa bobedi go bua Mapedi batho ba sa itseng Khutsong ha re itse ba dula ko kae ntho tse ithutse bana ba lekeshene ba dutse the next thing our ex mayor o kila re bana ba mo Khutsong a ba rutega a tsola ta dibesu tsa ko Eastern Cape le tsa ko Limpopo go tletse bone imagine masepala wa rona ba dula ba re welang ha ba re kgathalle ba khona ho hira batho ba tswang ko ntle gona ha re hiriwe re kubilwe ha re bua yana ke Xhosa fela le Mapedi cha.
Okay, thank you very much. Arne, maybe let's request our councillors, the speaker, the MM, chief whip, just to facilitate accessibility of our public representatives. Because memo lo raise ntlha e botlhokwa ora re gone o fitlhella batho ba eta pele ba ro akere a ke itse gore go na le bonnete mare we request that all councillors bitsang community meetings be more accessible akere la utlwa akere we don't want to debate it further than is necessary akere a re feleletseng ka mo
Ndibulise itafuleni, ndibulise nabahlali. Mna ndingunozizwe Maphumulo, ndihlala eWedela, eWard 23. Ndiyabonga namhlanje ukuthi ndibe khona lapha ukuthi ndizozwa ngendaba ye-petition. Kudala umuntu usokola size ulahle nethemba ukuthi usewumhlali wase-South Africa. Into bengizoyicela ukuyizwa ukuthi i-petition le mawuyenza uyisa kuphi. Ngizwile ukuthi i-petition yakhona ukuyenza uwedwa. Okunye engikucelayo ngicela ukuthi amakhansela wethu kuko konke abakwenzayo eMerafong bangayikhohlwa iWedela. And then futhi nama street light eWedela kumnyama khona manje ku-organizwa indaba ye-patrol.
Tshwara fela ka mama, Jabulile. Etla before o tswala ko ntle ke batla gore o nne mo pelle mama o tlo mo thusa ka process ya o submit a petition. Okay, tswala pele.
And then besicela ukuthi basincede ngama street light khona manje ngoba si organize indaba yama patroller, so at least mabe patroller kukhanya kuzaba right lokho. Ngibonge kakhulu nokuthi ngizwile ukukhuluma nodaba le ndaba zezindlu zasemayini, and okunye futhi ngizwile ukukhulumana ngendaba yokudonselwa la mangiloku ngilalele ukuthi engathi umasipala ngasitshela ukuthi ama ratings la awafunda ahamba kanjani ngoba kwesinye isikhathi ngike ngagijima kakhulu kwamasipala ngithi ubabe edonsele kakhulu emayini saze sangadli nokudla, so besicela umasipala ukuthi asichazele kahle ngama ratings la ukuthi ahamba kanjani. Ngibonge kakhulu engathi uNkulunkulu angaba nani ukuthi njengoba nizile nizosiza kube njalo zonke i-department zisisize sixakekile silahlekelwe nayo ithemba ukuthi sophinde sithole ukusizakala.
Okay, re lebohile ke. Mama, mme o mo morawa o tlo thusa. O tla romela le form au guide mo loreng le batla assistance. Yeah. Tswala no thusa mme mo la ke. And then re tlo le fa number. Re feditsa ke ra o sa no mo. Ah, lona re fedile go. O shota vela wane mo. Ya kwa bufello ke a itse re go motho a bufello fe. Ah, re le file chance ma le sa re abuse re le file chance. Ke ma wa bufello. Ke
na bufello.
O ga mme. Bua mama.
Greetings. Greetings to everyone in the name of Jesus, amen. Nna dibiso ka ke Julia Nhlapo Mncwabe. Ke bua ko side la education. I am a grade R practitioner. Ke na le 8 years ke volunteer ko sekolong. Ke bua ka go ke itse go Minister of Education o teng. So ke na le 8 years ke volunteer ko sekolong as a practitioner. Ke sa grade nix. So last year ke le ka kry go tlhaga post ko sekolong se ke berekang ko sona. Then be ke tlatsa di forms be ditsa madi ya ko district. 3 months on the line ke kry call. Ke na le diploma in grade R. Ke kry call employer gore ha ke a hiriwa anymore go batla ga ke be le B.Ed mara ke tsa grade R. So I was sad because ne ke na le di high hopes. Nke la bona ha o hiriwa ile khalosa sebetse after o volunteering. Ntwe makatsang E1 ko sekolong se ke sebetsang go sona a gona teacher o hirilweng wa grade R. Ke nna o practitioner e le gore ke volunteer re ba bedi ga volunteer fela. So ka 2015 ke le ka yetsa go West Call ka ifetsa, and then we advise go re upgrade go university. Then I went to university go Northwest. Then ka 2021 ke be ke graduate ko teng. So now and then yano ntwe makatsang E1 tshwantse ke etse B.Ed for grade R in diploma go sure ke tabe ke ntse 9 years go sure ke tabe ke le doctor ko grade R. So ne ke kupa thuso re bangata se nna fela re bangata re tla thusa go re na di high hopes go thotse mosebetsi at the end of the day go nkela mosebetsi wa gago o nkela mosebetsi wa gago re kupa thuso re bangata di grade R practitioners ra kopa gore le re bulele because ntwe makatsang gape E1 go gore ba ntse ba register for grade R in diploma. Banse ba register ba ba sa batla ba sa hira banka B.Ed we don't mind gore re etse Re tlo e etsa yona. Nna a gona nong ka 3 years e ke tla be ke etsa ke 3 years tshwantse ke etsa 3 years e nngwe gape. Ke tla be ke 10 60 years. Ha ke 10 60 years ba tlo re ke pensioning akere. So ha ba re fe mosebetsi then re kgone go register for BEd. And then one other thing, and education never ba go fe bazari gabedi ba gana ba re diketsetse. So ne re kopa thuso as grade R practitioners ra go ba tswetswe. Minister of Education, please ka lebiso la Jesu ra kopa.
Okay. So re lebohile akere mama. What we'll do, because batho ba le ba education setse ba tsamaile. We will also assist you to write to us so that we can also furnish them with your names and the specifics of the issues. So the razor, again. What is the recruitment, the processes? Again. I wish that this issue was raised earlier when the HOD was here. It would have assisted us, but it's not a train smash. I'm sure we can still follow up. Musa, if you can get, and then we'll correspond. If we can do it by next week Tuesday, and then we'll also be able to interact the Department of Education. Again. But there are several other opportunities that are coming out from government. Sasha Bafelan, I know Renale Chairperson Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts, Recreation and Culture. Bareke Chairperson in Drove. Irishine Chairperson. Irishine. Lamon again. Chairperson Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts, Recreation and Culture. The department that he plays oversight on is in a process to advertise a total of 257 posts. Again, as we speak, we saw them. I think there's about how many those ones? 20. Yeah. So 2 weeks ago there were about 70. Currently there's about 20. There's going to be another 114 because this is what the MEC will have told us. Leadership la applying. Again. La applying ko di piso tsa lona I'm sure ba di beya mo le di posts. I'm sure members of the EFF in your constituencies, when there are opportunities, you also put up adverts. Again, a DA same thing, ANC also does the same thing. So you must be able to follow through again and apply for this post because we also monitor or is there equanimity in terms of people who are recruited per area location. Again, specific area. So let's get on these websites, provincial government, look at the posts. Unfortunately, we're not a government, we're in the legislature. So we can't speak for government. Again, but look at them, apply. Let's apply, and then let's see how best the government can assist you. Again, so but to go high, refile mo bokutlo mbale nane ola rona. Again, refile everybody monyetla. Refile monyetla. Wa batla go bua something o tla re botsa go ntla again. Wa batla go bua something barudi ba go borona le tla bua le rona go ntla again. Ara go alla motho go ntla ke re la bona. So you have been a good audience, behaved. Earlier on, but we managed to get ourselves on the rail. I appreciate that. Our councillors, the managers of the municipality, MMCs, the MCR, Nagarata people who are organized, you know. MCR, all those that wrote the petitions, all those that showed an interest in wanting to enroll, to submit petitions, members, thank you very much. Our security personnel, our service providers, caterers, thank you very much. Now, do enjoy the rest of your afternoon and a good weekend. Thank you very much.